Tranquility The Eagle has landed. Roger, Tranquility. We copy you on the ground.
New possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries.
2, 1, 0, 0. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery, Roger. Go for deploy.
Thanks, Karen, and to everybody in the shuttle program. The crew is go for launch.
Roger. Nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Good morning and welcome to the International Space Station Flight Control Room. I'm NASA's Shaniqua Vereen and you're watching live mission coverage for the NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission. We are currently awaiting Crew 4 to ingress or board Dragon Freedom for their return flight home. After waving off an attempt to undock due to bad weather 2 days in a row, October 13th and 14th, due to high winds in the splashdown zones, NASA and SpaceX managers met overnight for their latest weather briefing and decided to proceed today with an undocking of the Crew 4 crew from the International Space Station. We're looking at the undocking time of 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. Additional weather briefing analysis will continue prior to the crew boarding the Crew Dragon Freedom for final pre-undocking preparations. About 10 minutes prior to coverage beginning, the crew was given the okay.
With you on 2.
If it's not already routed, we've got node 2 camera pointed zenith here for the exit if you want to route it.
Copy. Thank you. We'll take you up on that.
Again, prior to coverage beginning, the crew was given the okay to proceed with procedures for hatch closure today. We're looking for a hatch to be closed at 8:50 a.m. Central Time, 9:50 a.m. Eastern Time, so about 20 minutes from now. You're currently getting a good view inside the Dragon Freedom, and just a second ago we had views of Jessica Watkins finishing up some stowage, as well as the crew was given the okay to don their suits or put on their spacesuits to ready for their ride home. NASA and SpaceX are targeting an approximate 3:50 p.m. Central Time splashdown, with the conclusion of the Crew 4 flight, wrapping up nearly 6-month science mission for NASA astronauts Bob Hines, Kjell Lindgren, and Jessica Watkins, and as well ESA astronaut or European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. Again, we're looking for the SpaceX Dragon Freedom to undock today from the International Space Station at 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time, to begin the journey home. Today's undocking is autonomous, but will be monitored by ground controllers here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room and in Hawthorne, California. Teams here are being led by Flight Director Adi Boulos. He is also the Crew 4 lead flight director, joined on console to his right by Capcom Alex Kanalinkos. You'll hear Kanalinkos talking to the station crew from time to time as teams go through procedures for Dragon's undocking today. Another important role we'll hear today is from Nick Fernald. He's the visiting vehicle officer, monitoring all comings and goings of vehicles to and from the International Space Station. You currently have views inside the Node 2 where we see one of the crewed members, it looks like Bob Hines, heading towards the hatch.
Station on 2 for Dragon and Gross.
Houston's with you on 2.
Looking currently at procedure 2.103, Dragon departure prep through hatch close. In step 3.4, just wanted to get a heads up. I think it's probably in our procedure, but just want to get a heads up on what the expected LIO configuration is going to be.
All right, Kjell, that's LIO cartridge number 2.
Okay, and are we going to be installing that, so changing it to install it, or are we just going to be unsealing it?
Stand by. Dragon Houston on 2 for Kjell.
On 2.
Kjell, we expect that LIO cartridge number 1 is installed, and we will be swapping to number 2.
Okay, copy that. Thank you so much.
If you're just joining us, this is live coverage for the NASA SpaceX Crew 4 mission, returning 4 humans back to Earth. The Crew Dragon Freedom is ready to depart the station, having arrived on April 27th. That crew consists of NASA astronauts Bob Hines, Kjell Lindgren, Jessica Watkins, and ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. Again, we're looking for an undock time today of 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 Eastern Time.
Dragon Houston on Space to Ground 2.
On 2.
Yeah, Kjell, we are ready for you to perform a comm check from Dragon to SpaceX Hawthorne when you are ready.
Okay, copy that. We'll do that here shortly.
Currently seeing views inside of Node 2 as the Crew 4 astronauts head towards the hatch, ingressing inside of Dragon Freedom. Again, we're looking for...
Freedom on the big loop. How copy? SpaceX Freedom on the big loop. How copy? Houston Freedom on the big loop. How copy?
Dragon Houston on the big loop, we hear you loud and clear. SpaceX can hear you, but they are not able to respond, so we're still working that on the ground.
Okay, copy that. And Freedom has Houston loud and clear.
Copy.
And Houston, you want me to stand by for that, or you want to call us back in for another comm check with SpaceX later?
We will call you back later.
Okay, sounds great.
Again, we're looking for an undock time of 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. We're looking for the crew to ingress in just about 5 minutes from now, and to follow just 10 minutes later. After that, we'll have the prime for undock, Nicole Mann, affix the APAS hatch, closing the hatch inside Node 2. We're also looking for vestibule depressurization around 9:10 a.m. Central Time. A final go, no go poll for undocking will happen around 10:20 a.m. Central Time. After undock and separation is called around 10:35 a.m. Central Time, we'll have a series of burns to get Dragon safely away from the International Space Station. The first milestone after retreating from the station, Dragon will exit the keep-out sphere, and then the next milestone will be the approach ellipsoid. We'll have a series of a few more departure burns, and we'll be looking for a deorbit burn today at 3:01 p.m. Central Time, sending the command for Dragon to deorbit and splash down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida later today around 3:50 p.m. Central Time. Again, NASA astronaut Nicole Mann will be watching the entire undocking and departure from the cupola, inside of the International Space Station, and she will be backed by mission control teams here in Houston and Hawthorne. As you've heard several times, Dragon's flight is intended to be autonomous, but the crew on board has the ability to take control and maneuver Dragon during departure if necessary. Here we have a view inside Node 2 again. This is Crew 4 saying goodbye to their crewmates.
Houston Station on 2 for SpaceX, looking for a go in 3.1.
SpaceX on 2, comm check. And Dragon Crew SpaceX on 2, comm check.
Dragon has you loud and clear.
Kjell, great to hear from you, and we heard your last...
We're going to get up
standing by
to Dragon here shortly, and we'll do a comm check from there.
Dragon Houston on space to ground 2, you have a go for 2.1.
Dragon copies.
Station Houston on space to ground 2 for an available crew member in the Node 2.
For Node 2.
Yeah, just letting you know that the Node 2-1 camera image keeps going in and out. If you could check the connection for us, we'd appreciate that.
And work.
If you're just joining us, good morning and welcome. You're watching live mission coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission. We are currently awaiting all 4 crew members of Crew 4 to ingress or board Dragon Freedom for their return flight home.
On the big loop, contract.
Dragon Houston, we hear you loud and clear on the big loop. How us?
We have you loud and clear.
And this is SpaceX. We've got you loud and clear on the big loop. How us?
SpaceX, this is Freedom. We have you loud and clear. Great to hear you.
You too, Kjell, and we did copy your last from Node 2, your go for 3.1 and 2.103. As discussed, change out to LIO cartridge 2, and then we'll pick up with the hatch closed event detail.
Okay, we copy. We are going 3.1. We expect 1 to be the active LIO cartridge. We're going to put in cartridge unseal and install cartridge number 2.
Good words.
Again, if you're just joining us, you're seeing live inside of Dragon Freedom as Crew 4 begins to get settled into their seats for their ride home today. We're looking for an undocking time of the Crew 4 crew from the International Space Station at 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, we're looking for an undocking time for the crew at 10:35 a.m. Central, 11:35 a.m. Eastern. Crew are getting in their seats. Upon undocking, we'll have a series of burns. The most important of those burns will come a little later today around 3 p.m. 3:01. We're looking for a deorbit burn for Dragon Freedom, and the crew will be splashing down around 3:50 p.m. Central Time off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. And that's 3:55 p.m. Central Time off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. Currently seeing an external view of Dragon Freedom docked to the International Space Station's Harmony module. I think right in the below you can see the nose cone for Dragon Endurance, also docked to the International Space Station on Node 2 or the Harmony module. Crew 5 just arrived just last week on October 6th. They had about a 29-hour ride uphill to catch up to the International Space Station. They'll be on a 6-month mission, science mission aboard the International Space Station, looking to arrive and return home next spring. Again, this is live mission coverage as Crew 4 ingresses the Dragon Freedom spacecraft. They are looking to come home today, splashing down around 3:55 p.m. Central Time off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for the Node 2 camera.
For Node 2 camera.
Unfortunately, that Node 2-1 camera, we have no joy on checking the connections. Can you guys switch to the other camera?
Yeah, apologies for that. We went ahead and turned the camera off. At this point, we're working on hatch closure, and it would just be a view of crew feet as they're working in that area.
Okay, copy, I understand.
It looks like we have about 2 of the 4 astronauts already seated and getting prepared for their flight home. Dragon Commander Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines are settled in their seats, and we're looking for Jessica Watkins and ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti.
And seat 2, SpaceX, on the seat mic, I had you 5x5. How me?
5x5, thank you. SpaceX Freedom seat 3, com check on the seat mic.
And seat 3, 5x5, com check on the seat mic. How me?
5x5 as well. Great talking to you today.
Great to hear from you.
For SpaceX Dragon Freedom, we're going to deconfigure the cabin mic this time.
We copy. Stowing cabin mic.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live inside of Crew Dragon Freedom, currently attached to the International Space Station. NASA SpaceX Crew 4 mission, looking to return 4 astronauts to Earth later today, looking for a splashdown time of 3:55 p.m. Central Time off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. You're currently seeing that the crew has ingressed Dragon Freedom, and we are looking for them to get seated and the hatch to be closed to Dragon and the APES hatch closed on the International Space Station. After waving off for an attempt to undock due to bad weather in the splashdown zones yesterday, NASA and SpaceX managers met overnight for their latest weather briefing and decided to proceed today. We have a go for undock of the Crew 4 crew from the International Space Station, looking at an undock time of 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern. Again, NASA and SpaceX are targeting a 3:55 p.m. Central Time splashdown, with the conclusion of the Crew 4 flight, wrapping up a nearly 6-month science mission for NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and ESA astronaut or European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. As its name suggests, Crew 4 is the fourth contracted astronaut mission that SpaceX has flown to the orbiting lab for NASA. It's one of 2 SpaceX flights currently at the International Space Station. Crew 5 arrived on October 6th, again staying about 6 months on the International Space Station for science and research. If you're just joining us, you're seeing live mission coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission. We are currently awaiting Crew 4 to settle into their seats inside Dragon Freedom for their return flight home. After waving off an attempt to undock due to bad weather in the splashdown zones yesterday, NASA and SpaceX managers met overnight for the latest weather briefing and decided to proceed. They have a go for undocking of the Crew 4 crew from the International Space Station. We're looking at a time of undock to be 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. After undocking, Dragon will have a series of burns to get it safely out of the neighborhood of the International Space Station. The most important burn coming later today, that's going to be around 3:01 p.m. The deorbit burn will send Dragon Freedom down to Earth, splashing down around 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern, off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. Once crew is safely in their seats, we'll have the hatch of the Dragon closed and the APAS hatch of the Node 2 inside the International Space Station also closed. We then will have a break in coverage, but we'll return for continuous coverage upon undocking. We'll have coverage live for Crew 4's mission from undock to splashdown through egress of the crew.
Joe, we've got you on the big loop, ready to copy.
Okay, we are complete through most of suit donning. Wadi is still out of her seat. Suit donning is complete, but out of her seat, not strapped in, ready for hatch closure. And Samantha is not yet strapped in, ready to check PPR of the ISO valve, looking for a go for hatch closure.
And Dragon, you are go for hatch closure.
You go for hatch closure, so work.
And you just heard we have a go for hatch closure on Dragon Freedom. We'll listen in. We have a great view inside of Dragon, and we can see the hatch.
Freedom on the big loop for hatch closure.
Go for hatch closure.
As we were getting ready to close the hatch, Samantha just noticed that it looks like one of the hatch O-rings slipped out of the groove, so we'd like to push that in manually and then continue with hatch closure. Outer hatch seal.
And Dragon, concur with the action there, push the seal back into the groove and continue with hatch closure.
If you're just joining us, you're looking live inside of Dragon Freedom, where they currently have a go for hatch closure. We see NASA's Jessica Watkins and ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti working to get the hatch closed. We're listening for that final confirmation for hatch closure. Once Dragon's hatch is closed, Nicole Mann is prime and will affix a docking target to the outside of the APAS hatch on the International Space Station and then close it, creating a space between Dragon and the station known as the vestibule. She'll then make her way out of the pressurized mating adapter and close the forward hatch and close the zenith hatch on node 2. Once all hatches are closed, a ground command will be sent to open valves on Dragon to begin depressurizing the vestibule.
We see that black and closed, so request manual override for detail 1.
Standby 1, we are waiting to send a command for hatch close. Standby 1.
Okay, copy that. Standby. SpaceX Freedom, we see TPRB ISO valve is open.
We copy. Dragon, SpaceX for vehicle reconfigurations.
Go, SpaceX.
HL, just keeping you in the loop, ground teams are looking through reconfigurations after we sent that hatch close command. We are going to perform a small pressure bump here. You'll see, or you might notice some gas injections here shortly as we raise the cabin pressure closer to our free flight boundaries.
We copy you, standing by, listening for air direction.
If you're just joining us, you're watching live inside of Crew Freedom, Crew Dragon Freedom, where Crew 4 crew is settling in for their ride home today. We're looking for a 10:35 a.m. undocking time from the International Space Station. Again, that's 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. And we're looking for the crew to splash down around 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. You heard words from Jake Vindel, the core or the crew operations resource engineer at SpaceX's mission control room in Hawthorne, California, relayed that they were doing an adjustment to the pressure inside of Crew Dragon. We have hatch closure on Dragon confirmed, and we're looking for the APAS hatch to be closed on the International Space Station. Once all hatches are closed, a ground command will be sent to open valves on Dragon to begin depressurizing the vestibule, essentially venting the air inside and bringing it down close to vacuum. They'll pause at about 5 psi for a few minutes to allow temperatures inside the vestibule to stabilize before finishing the depress.
Houston Station on 2 for hatch photos.
With you on 2, Josh.
The photos from the hatch closure there on SSC 17, and Duke pointed out that the indicator, even though we heard the ratchet in, the indicator isn't quite on the closed indication. That may be nominal.
checking. And Josh, can you confirm what step you are in?
Those are the photos from 4.2. We're reporting per 4.8, although we're not there yet.
And Josh, can you report what step you closed the hatch in? We were not expecting the hatch to be closed at this time.
Sorry, Alex. It was the Dragon hatch, Dragon port hatch that Crew 4 closed. We needed to take some photos there, and so you'll find those on SSC 17. There is an indication on our side of closed, open, and the indicator is not completely unclosed, but we did hear as they closed it that it ratcheted as expected.
Okay, thanks, Josh, for that sync up. That makes sense to us. We're going to talk it over with SpaceX on that indication.
Sounds good, and we'll continue in step 4.
Copy.
Currently seeing live inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Team's being led here by Flight Director Adi Boulos. To his right is Capcom, or Capsule Communicator. That's Alex Kanalinkos. And to his left is the Visiting Vehicle Officer. You'll hear him today as well, and that's Nick Fernald.
SpaceX Freedom on the big loop. We are in step 6.1 of complete suit mounting, ready to pull our arms in and configure for a leak check. Just checking in with you.
And again, on the screen, you see Nick Fernald. You won't hear him today, but he is the Visiting Vehicle Officer. He's in charge and looking after all vehicles coming to and from the International Space Station. He'll be watching as Dragon exits multiple milestones, including the Keep Out Sphere and the Approach Ellipsoid a little later today.
In SpaceX on the big loop, you are go to jump into 4.011, tear the suits, but standby 1 for pressurization.
If you're just joining us, this is live mission coverage of the Crew 4 crew's return to Earth today. We just saw Crew 4 ingress and get seated inside the Dragon Freedom. They currently have a closed hatch, and with that, we'll end coverage for now. But we will be back for continuous coverage through Splashdown and crew egress for undocking. We're looking at an undocking time today of 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 Eastern Time.
For suit leak checks.
And with that, this is Mission Control Houston signing off.
If you talk all the time, you'll never hear what anybody else has to say. And therefore, all you'll have to talk about is your own conversation. The same is true for people who think all the time. That means, when I use the word think, talking to yourself, subvocal conversation, the constant chit-chat of symbols and images and talk and words inside your skull. Now, if you do that all the time, you'll find that you've nothing to think about except thinking. And just as you have to stop talking to hear what others have to say, you have to stop thinking to find out what life is about. And the moment you stop thinking, you become into immediate contact with the unspeakable world. The force of liberation will blow the world to pieces.
new possibilities are opening up for scientific cooperation between countries.
2-1-0. Liftoff. Americans return to space as Discovery clears the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery Roger, go for deploy.
Thanks, June, and to everybody in the shuttle program. The crew is go for launch.
Roger. Nice to be in orbit.
We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
Good morning and welcome back to the International Space Station Flight Control Room. I'm NASA Shaniqua Vereen, and you are watching live mission coverage for the NASA SpaceX Crew 4 mission. Today we are returning 4 astronauts home after a 6-month science mission aboard the International Space Station.
Houston Station on 2.
With you on 2, Josh.
Yeah, as you probably already heard, sounded like there is no fire there in the Russian segment. We've got zeros on our CSACPs here in node 2. So if you agree, I think we're stepping back into the Dragon procedures. Do you?
We don't need that. Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for Josh.
Go ahead on 2.
Yep, thank you again for that report. We're waiting on our colleagues in the Russian segment to give us the CP readings there. Other than that, we will let you know when we are continuing.
Okay, copy that. We will stand by on resuming the Dragon novice.
Good read.
Again, you're watching live mission coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission, returning 4 astronauts home from a 6-month stay aboard the International Space Station. Mission control teams here and at SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, have delayed today's undocking time, moving it to the right about 30 minutes. We're looking at 11:05 a.m. Central Time for an undocking, the middle of a 1-hour undocking window to allow crew on the International Space Station to check the hatch alignment on the ISS side of the docking interface. Crews are proceeding now with vestibule depressurization and moving along towards that 11:05 a.m. Central Time undocking. Today's undocking is autonomous, but will be monitored by ground controllers here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room and in Hawthorne, California. Teams are being led here by Flight Director Adi Boulos.
Station Houston on the big loop, letting you know that we did get confirmation that this was a false fire, and we are continuing on the undock procedures.
Copy, thanks. Good news.
Station copies, and we are in step 3.1 of U.S. hatch seal inspection.
Currently getting a live view inside of SpaceX Dragon Freedom attached to the space-facing port of the Harmony module. Dragon is returning to Earth later today, expected still at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, returning a crew of 4 along with hundreds of pounds of return cargo. We're looking for Dragon to depart the station again. That's 11:05 a.m. Central Time. Upon undocking, Dragon will have a small set of firings or burns to push it away from the station. Again, we're looking for a deorbit burn to come a few hours later. Looking at around a 3 o'clock deorbit burn for a 3:55 p.m. Central Time splashdown off the coast of Florida, and that's Jacksonville, Florida.
Houston Station on 2 for hatch seal inspection. The Node 2 Zenith hatch seal is complete and no anomalies.
Houston copies.
There are a couple milestones we'll see Dragon meet this morning. First, those departure burns, but then it will cross the keep out sphere, an invisible line around the station with a 200-meter radius. It will keep heading away from the station and will stand by until it makes its way out of the approach ellipsoid, another invisible line considered the neighborhood of the station. These invisible lines are where we have checkpoints for the vehicle on the way to and from the station. Once that command to undock is sent, we will be looking for 2 sets of 6 hooks from the International Space Station to be released from Dragon Freedom. After open, 2 small undocking burns that will last less than 2 seconds, and we'll begin to see separation of the vehicle. The spacecraft will start to slowly drift away. Next, Dragon will have a few departure burns to get it into the proper position away from station for its eventual deorbit burn, scheduled later today at 3:01 p.m. Central Time. That will slow Dragon down enough to drop it out of orbit and send it towards its landing zone, splashing down at approximately 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern.
Houston Station on 2, those PMA 3 closeout photos are on SSC 17.
Copy.
If you're just joining us, the Crew Dragon Freedom, along with Crew 4, is ready to depart the space station, having arrived on April 27th. The crew consists of NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop for timeline impacts and return to Earth plan. Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop for timeline impacts and return to Earth plan.
We're on the big loop.
Kjell, we've got some time to talk here, so I want to walk through the plan for the next few hours and give you a chance to ask any questions you might have. First, we expect about 20 minutes remaining here on the vestibule leak check, complete around 1550. After that, we have some final vehicle reconfigurations prior to undock and are targeting 1600 for undock sequence start. How copy?
It's 1600 for undock sequence start.
Good copy. Some more words. After we undock, we are targeting Jacksonville as primary with Tallahassee as an alternate 24 hours later. And to get down to Jacksonville, we've got depart burns 1, 2, and 3, 1 prop waste burn, and then the deorbit burn. Expect all the events on your timeline through depart burn 3 to shift 30 minutes, but the prop waste burn and deorbit burn timing is accurate. How copy?
We copy all.
Continuing, latest forecast in Jacksonville shows winds averaging below 7 knots, shallow waves, no rain, great weather to land. Our recovery vessel Megan is on site, not tracking any issues. They're ready to get you out of the water. And I just got word from Rick on the boat. He said, see you soon.
Copy, good looking weather. Megan is on station and has no issues, and we are looking forward to seeing where this snow is.
And a few more words on timeline. After we undock, it's a bit of an expedited timeline to splashdown. You're out of suits for less than 2 hours. I'm going to leave it up to y'all to manage suit stowage as appropriate. We're going to plan a PMC after depart burn 2. And I'll leave it up to you to take it or waive it at that time. How copy so far?
Copy. It's going to have shorter time out of suits. We'll manage the suit stowage and schedule PMC after depart burn 2.
Good copy. Continuing, manual control of cabin temperature is not going to work through 4.080 as we start to cool the vehicle prior to deorbit. And as a final note, I'm going to have you step into 4.700 now to get a head start on cabin configuration for the deorbit sequence. I've got 2 notes on that procedure. The first is that pre-chill is not necessary in Section 1. Essentially skip that section. Second note, floater cam inspection not necessary in Section 4. So similarly to suits, we'll be looking to you to manage cargo and have the cabin configured for entry prior to suit leak checks at 18:55. How copy?
Copy. We're skipping pre-chill and then step 4. We will not be getting the floater camera out, but we will be managing stowage and cargo prior to 18:55.
Good copy on all. And now a question for you. Do you have any questions for the team down here in Hawthorne?
I would like to know what the froyo of the day is.
And Freedom, we've got vanilla and orange guava sorbet here. I don't expect you'll make it here this week, but we'll see you soon here in Hawthorne.
Great. Sure appreciate it. We don't have any other questions. We're looking forward to seeing folks on the Megan.
Copy all, Freedom. We're looking forward to seeing you as well, and I'll be back with you shortly on vestibule leak check status.
And with that, Houston Station on 2, we've got the Node 2 overhead hatch and MPEV closed, and you've already got the SSC-17 for those downlink photos.
Copy.
And you just heard a message from Jake Vendel, the core and SpaceX Mission Control, the crew operations resource engineer, reporting to Dragon Commander Kjell Lindgren that they do have a 30-minute delay in today's undocking time. Again, we're moving that to the right to 11:05 a.m. Central Time, the middle of a 1-hour undocking window, and this allowed the crew on the ISS time to check the hatch alignment on the ISS side of the docking interface. Crews are currently in vestibule leak check, and we're waiting to see that moves forward nominally. NASA and SpaceX are still targeting a 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. Wrapping up nearly 6-month science mission for NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti.
Station Tsukuba on Space Ground 2 for call 1. When you have a chance, give us a call on Space Ground 3.
Taking another live look at the SpaceX Dragon Freedom attached to the space-facing port of the Harmony module. Dragon is returning to Earth later today, expected at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time, with about 500 pounds of research and return cargo, along with the crew members. About 4 hours after Dragon departs from the station, it will conduct a deorbit burn, which will last about 16 minutes and 40 seconds. It'll then take about 30 minutes for Dragon to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere for its parachute-assisted splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. Again, we're expecting that splashdown at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern. There are a couple milestones we'll see Dragon meet this morning. First, those departure burns, but then it will cross the keep-out sphere, an invisible line around the station with a 200-meter radius. It will keep heading away from the station and will stand by until it makes its way out of the approach ellipsoid, another invisible line considered the neighborhood of the station. These invisible lines are where we have checkpoints for the vehicle on the way to and from the station. Once that command to undock is sent, we will be looking for 2 sets of 6 hooks from the International Space Station to be released from Dragon Freedom. After open, 2 small undocking burns that will last less than 2 seconds, and we'll see separation of the vehicle from the International Space Station. The spacecraft will start to slowly drift away. Next, we'll have a few departure burns to get it into the proper position away from the station for its eventual deorbit, and we're looking for deorbit burn to be around 3:01 p.m. Central Time. That will slow Dragon down enough to drop it out of orbit and send it toward the landing zone, splashing down at approximately 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time, off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida.
Houston and Munich on space ground 2 for the timeline.
Houston's here on 2.
Okay, I'm going to go to space ground 3 for the timeline discussion.
If you're just joining us, you're looking live inside of Dragon Freedom, where the Crew 4 astronauts are preparing for undocking today, returning after a 6-month science mission aboard the International Space Station. NASA and SpaceX are targeting an 11:05 a.m. Central Time undocking from the International Space Station, with a splashdown time of 3:55 p.m. Eastern Time, Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time, off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. We'll be providing continuous coverage through Splashdown and crew egress later today. In just a few minutes, our colleagues at Mission Control X, or SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, will be joining the broadcast and giving us some updates on what's been happening there. Dragon and the International Space Station are currently flying 259 statute miles above the Pacific Ocean off the coast of the United States. Again, we should see and hear from our colleagues joining the broadcast from MCCX, SpaceX's Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, just here shortly.
You're looking at a live view of the Dragon Freedom spacecraft as we await its departure from the International Space Station on its way back to planet Earth. It's Friday, October 14th here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Now, we expect Dragon to push away from the space station at 9:05 a.m. Pacific or 16:05 GMT. And that will be with our Crew 4 astronauts, including Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. The crew is currently suited up and inside Dragon, and the station hatches are all sealed in preparation for departure. Thanks for tuning in to watch live coverage of Crew Dragon completing its 4th official long-duration mission for NASA's Commercial Crew program. My name is Kate Tice, and I'm the Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX. Joining me today from NASA Communications is Sandra Jones. Welcome.
Thanks for having me, Kate. It's great to be here. So once Dragon departs station, the crew's flight home is expected to last around 5 hours. Upon separation from station, Dragon will use its Draco engines to thrust away from the station in a series of carefully choreographed maneuvers, or 4 departure burns, to increase the distance between the spacecraft and the space station. Dragon will also execute a phasing burn to lower its orbit and line the spacecraft up with its landing location.
Next on its trip home is deorbit, entry, and landing, which covers all operations after the final departure maneuver. That includes trunk separation, closure of the nose cone, a deorbit burn, deployment of the drogue and main parachutes, and finally splashdown, which will be off the Florida coast, at which point our teams will recover Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha. Later today, Dragon is targeted to splash down off the coast of Florida at 1:55 p.m. Pacific, and that's today, October 13th, or 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time, and followed by the crew getting picked up at sea by one of the SpaceX recovery vessels.
That's right, Kate. And today on board the International Space Station is the Expedition 68 crew. They're currently being led by Roscosmos cosmonaut Sergei Prokopyev, who just took over as station commander from Samantha Cristoforetti, who is coming home today on Crew 4. And as a reminder, just like its approach to the International Space Station, Dragon's departure and deorbit is designed to be fully autonomous, requiring no action from the crew on board. NASA astronaut Nicole Mann helped the crew members prepare for departure earlier today and will be watching from the cupola. But the prime departure monitoring role falls on Kjell Lindgren and Bob Hines from inside Dragon. Mission controls in Houston and Hawthorne will back them up. So let's head over to Shaniqua Vereen at the Johnson Space Center to talk a bit about how the station crew have been preparing to send the crew home and what we can expect from here until Dragon departs from station. Shaniqua?
Thanks, Sandra, and welcome back to the International Space Station Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The flight control team is primed and ready for this morning's undocking operations. Today's Orbit 2 team is being led by NASA Flight Director Adi Boulos. Since Crew 5's arrival just last week, it's been a busy week during our direct handover. Over the last several days, the astronauts worked to pack Dragon full of cargo for their return journey home. Along with the crew, Dragon will return hundreds of pounds of cargo back to Earth. The cargo inside includes some samples from continuing human research and some hardware and other items. All of the cargo will be offloaded after we get the crew out following splashdown, and the scientific samples will then be sent to researchers for final analysis. The crew also took time to get their SpaceX suits unpacked and ready for their journey home. Since getting the hatches closed around 9:20 a.m. Central Time, all 4 astronauts are now suited up and in their seats and standing by for undocking. We'll continue through to a final go, no-go poll coming up in just a few minutes, where the joint SpaceX and NASA teams make their final call for Dragon to depart station. This is one of many checkpoints in the return that will continue all the way until just before the deorbit burn, giving mission managers multiple chances to assess the weather at the splashdown zones and making sure everything is lining up before Dragon departs. So we'll stand by for the final go, no-go, but for now, everything's continuing to look good here and on time departure of 11:05 a.m. Central Time. With that, I'll throw it back over to you guys. Over to you, Kate and Sandra.
Thanks, Shaniqua. All good news to hear. Now, separation is set for approximately 9:05 a.m. Pacific or 16:05 GMT, which is just a couple minutes from now. At the moment, Dragon, which you see there on your screen, is in its final configuration before undocking, and we are waiting for mission operators to conduct their go, no-go poll on whether to move forward with the undocking procedure.
And just like during its approach to the International Space Station, Dragon's departure and deorbit is designed to be fully autonomous, requiring no action from the crew on board, which is even easier this time around since the crew won't have to stop at any waypoints like when we see a vehicle arrive.
Now, once the undocking sequence is complete, Dragon will use its Draco engines to thrust away from the station in a series of carefully choreographed maneuvers, or for departure.
Station Houston on Space to Ground 2 for exercise.
All right, see ya.
Go for exercise on 2.
Yeah, until we complete undock, ARED, we have a constraint on ARED exercise. So can you let Sergey know he is no-go on ARED, and actually it's all exercise?
No exercise until undock complete. Thank you.
Now, once the undocking sequence is complete, Dragon will use its Draco engines, which you see a couple of those thruster ports there on your screen. It'll use those Draco engines to thrust away from the station in a series of carefully choreographed maneuvers or 4 departure burns to increase the distance between the spacecraft and the space station. From there, a phasing burn will place Dragon on a trajectory back to Earth.
And next on its trip is
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop. Vestibule leak check nominal, and we're going to step into residual depress imminently.
and continuing to step through those procedures ahead of undocking today, hearing everything continues to move smoothly. So next on its trip home, following what Kate just discussed, is deorbit, entry, and land. And main parachutes, and finally splashdown off the Florida coast, at which point our teams will recover the Crew 4 astronauts inside Crew Dragon from the water.
It's always super exciting to follow along. Now, we are expecting that go, no-go poll to occur in about 2 minutes or so. Again, that is basically the last poll for the mission operators to basically make sure that everything, both on board Dragon and on board station, to everybody to confirm between here in Mission Control and Hawthorne, as well as Mission Control over at NASA and at Johnson Space Center, basically for all teams to make sure that everybody is thumbs up for undocking from the International Space Station. And there's our first live look actually inside the capsule with our Crew 4 astronauts there. As you can see, they're all buckled in, their suits are on, and everyone looks pretty comfy to me.
Yep, absolutely. And the crew will remain in these suits during the dynamic phase of the mission. So once they are undocked successfully and a little bit away from the space station, they will be able to take those suits off. But we are targeting a pretty short phasing from undocking to splashdown. So we heard a call earlier that they're only going to be out of their suits for about 2 hours or so, and then they'll put them back on, get suited, and get ready for re-entry and splashdown.
Yeah, now while they have their suits on, they are, and as in their seats, as we see here, they are plugged in to the umbilical, which is basically the connection point between the suit and the seat, and therefore the spacecraft as a whole. So as they're sitting here, they're able to be connected like with electronics, avionics, so those communication systems that we will hear as they speak back and forth to core here at SpaceX Mission Control. But also they have fresh air being flowed through the suit, so I don't have to worry about them really being uncomfortable because they have cool nitrox or nitrogen oxygen mixture being pumped through the suit to help regulate their body temperature and keep them comfy.
And speaking of umbilicals, there's some other umbilicals that are going to come into play here in just a few minutes when we do have the undocking sequence that begins. There's umbilicals that will retract, and those are providing the power right now for Dragon. Once it does depart from the space station, Dragon will receive power from the solar cells on Dragon, which you may have seen when we had the view of Dragon, which is, of course, currently docked, but won't be for very long. We have the go, no-go poll coming up in just a couple of minutes from now, and if all goes well, then we'll undock just a short time from now also.
I would imagine at this point in time, this crew has been on station for months, right? I bet they're excited to come home and see their families. But I would also imagine that this moment might be a little bittersweet, Sandra. Like their home away from home is on station, and here they are buckled in, and only hours away from splashing down at this point. So I could imagine that there is excitement, but also a little bit of sadness that their journey in space is coming to end, at least for now.
Yeah, I'm sure. They've been on station for 170 days, actually, which is just shy of 6 months. They arrived on April 27th. So the crew has actually completed over 2,720 orbits of Earth during their time on station, and has traveled over 72 million miles cumulative, which is pretty crazy to think about. But I'm sure you're right. I bet there is some bittersweetness to it. Excited to see your family, but sad to be leaving this environment.
On the big loop, final reconfigurations for undock are complete and nominal. Houston and Hawthorne teams have pulled go for undock sequence start at 1600 and separation at 1605. Confirm visors down, and crew are ready for undock and departure.
And SpaceX Freedom copies full to go for undock. Our visors are all secured closed, and we are ready for undock.
Copy all.
So we did just hear the confirmation that Dragon has the go to undock. So we are now waiting for that undocking sequence to begin. It should start in just about 2 minutes from now. And once that sequence does begin, it will take less than 5 minutes for Dragon to separate from the International Space Station. It's home for nearly 6 months.
Now, the first step in that automatic undocking sequence is for the umbilicals to retract, as Sandra mentioned earlier. These umbilicals connect Dragon systems to the space station, which transfer power, telemetry, and commands between the two vehicles throughout Dragon's stay. And once that's complete, Dragon will unlatch itself from the space station by releasing 12 hard capture hooks in 2 separate phases. All of that combined will take roughly 4.5 minutes, and then Dragon will be ready to depart from station and begin to move itself further and further away using its Draco thrusters.
And Dragon's initial departure from station is a little different than other docked vehicles like the Soyuz that rely on springs to push them away from the docking port. Dragon will execute 2 short thruster firings to undock using a combination of the 12 Draco engines around the base of the capsule, with the first breaking any stiction between Dragon and the docking port, and the second slowly backing the spacecraft away. So we're expecting the call for the undocking sequence to begin in just moments from now.
SpaceX on the big loop, undock sequence commanded.
And there you heard it.
Perfect timing, Sandra. So live view there of the Dragon capsule. As we were talking a little bit before, those are the solar panels that you see there on the trunk portion of Dragon. We will, of course, be separating.
Freedom SpaceX, umbilical demate, complete and nominal.
Good news there. It sounds like we got confirmation that those umbilicals that we were just talking about that help connect the station to Dragon while it's on board have nominally disconnected.
And so as we said, it will be less than 5 minutes from the point that sequence was sent, which was at 9 a.m. So about 4 minutes from now, we should be able to see some of the first movement as Dragon slowly backs away from the space station.
So as I was mentioning before, the black portion that's there, that is the trunk. We will be separating that from the Dragon capsule. The small silver line that you see at the bottom part of the Dragon capsule itself, that's the heat shield, which of course is necessary to reveal in order for them to make atmospheric reentry. So we will be, after Dragon moves away from station, we will be separating. But I love this view that we have because it's such a gorgeous view of those solar panels, which we make here in-house, as well as the trunk itself. So I love that we're able to see that configuration basically in its last time before it deorbits and eventually, you know, burns up in the atmosphere.
So with Dragon now getting ready to undock, let's check in with Shaniqua Vereen in Mission Control at the Johnson Space Center.
Thanks, Sandra. And we do have that confirmation of umbilical has retracted and the command for undock has been sent. Next up, we'll be looking for umbilical retraction and look for 2 sets of 6 hooks to open. That will take just a couple of minutes.
Copy.
And we have a first set of those hooks open. And the second set are moving. That's 6 hooks open, and we're working on the next 6, a total of 12 hooks in all that will be open today.
Dragon, SpaceX on the big loop, all hooks open. And Dragon separation confirmed.
Thank you.
All 12 hooks now open. Hooks all open and release confirmed at 11:05 a.m. Central Time, while Dragon and the International Space Station flew 259 statute miles above the North Atlantic Ocean.
Freedom Station on the big loop.
Station.
We're sad to see you go. We wish you Godspeed, safe re-entry and landing, and calm seas. We're going to miss you guys. We're thankful for your mentorship. Enjoy your time with your families.
For the good work station. It was an absolute pleasure and privilege to serve on the space station these past 6 months, and a joy to get to work with you all for the past couple of weeks. We know that you're going to continue to do amazing things on station. We look forward to seeing you back home as well.
And those were words from the crew on the ISS to the crew inside Dragon Freedom, giving them farewells as they head on their journey back to home on Earth.
And Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn 0 was nominal.
Copy.
For astronauts, time aboard the orbital outpost is complete following a 6-month science and research mission. Undocking occurred at 11:05 a.m. Central Time, 12:05 p.m. Eastern Time, while the International Space Station was flying over the North Atlantic Ocean. Next up will be a series of departure burns to push Dragon further from the space station. To take us through those burns, I will turn it back over to Hawthorne. Kate, Sandra?
Thanks, Shaniqua. I just want to point out that awesome view that we had moments ago. There it is. That is a view from Dragon as it leaves the International Space Station. So it's incredible that it was just there moments ago and it's moving already as we can see further and further away.
And they were docked to the Node 2 Zenith port, or space-facing port. And you did see a little bit of those thruster firings take place already. That was for burn 0, which we did hear was nominal. Lasted just a couple of seconds long, but that little bit was enough to push it away from the space station. And we are now awaiting departure burn 1.
So there's a live view inside Dragon Freedom. On the right-hand side would be pilot Bob Hines, and on the left-hand side would be Commander Kjell Lindgren.
And they'll continue to monitor on the screens inside of Crew Dragon Freedom as they continue the journey back home, but we are hearing that everything is proceeding as expected. We are targeting that departure burn 1 about 2 minutes from now.
Departure burn 1 will increase that initial opening rate between Crew Dragon and the space station. At this point in time, we are utilizing the Draco thrusters, which are on board Dragon. This departure burn, we're expecting it to last about 21 seconds. At this point, Dragon is steering itself. The approach and undocking, basically getting to station and leaving it, everything is autonomous. However, the crew is able to take over at any point in time if necessary. But as you can see right there, they're able to follow along with everything happening with the capsule and their progress for their departure there on those screens that we saw moments ago.
Yeah, exactly right. And during docking, when we have a vehicle that's approaching space station, it can take a little bit longer because we have these hold points that we wait at for safety purposes and precautions, but during undocking, it can happen a lot quicker, and you really saw that. They just undocked a few minutes ago, and now they're already backing away. We're moving into the next departure burn, which we should hear the call out that it has begun any second now. And again, you said this is a pretty short burn, will only last about 20 seconds or so.
So standing by for the call that departure burn 1 has begun. Again, departure burn 1 will last for about 20 seconds.
And we are hearing that the burn is underway. So this burn is going to increase the initial opening rate between Crew Dragon and the space station. And as you mentioned, Kate, that this burn utilizes the service section Dracos.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn 1 nominal. At this time, you are go to doff suits per procedure 4.012 if desired. If you do take the suits off and stow them, we ask that you stow with visors closed. And finally, a reminder that the big loop will be deactivated following Dragon's exit from the approach ellipsoid.
Freedom copies, we are good to doff suits. When we stow them, we'll stow them with visors closed. And we will come off the big loop as we exit the ellipsoid.
Good copy.
And we did hear confirmation that that departure burn 1 is complete and went perfectly as expected. It lasted 21 seconds and used those service section Dracos. We also heard some words from the ground up to the crew letting them know that they have the option to take off their spacesuits if they would like. They don't have to though, but if they would care to do so, they're able to do so now at this point. Dragon is already about 175 meters away from the space station, and so the next major milestone that we're looking for is when Dragon exits the keep out sphere. That's that imaginary sphere or boundary 200 meters in radius around the space station, and it is one of several safety zones set up to govern visiting spacecraft either arriving or departing the space station. But before moving into the keep out sphere, spacecraft have to be configured where they would not cross the imaginary boundary for at least 4 orbits, even if the spacecraft lost all maneuvering for some reason. So the vehicle is now about 207 meters away.
And Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop to confirm cameras are external.
So that was SpaceX Core, which you see there. I'll saw moments.
Freedom departs the keep out ellipsoid. I want to just thank the Space Station program and all of our international partners for the incredible training and on-orbit support. It's been an incredible 6 months, and we're looking forward to getting home to our families. Thanks so much.
Sounded like some nice words there from Commander Kjell Lindgren.
Freedom, we appreciate those kind words. We will miss you, and we look forward to seeing you back home. And ISS, the Dragon has exited the keep out spheres.
As you just heard there, we just got word that Dragon exited the keep out sphere. As Sandra mentioned, it's an imaginary boundary around the station. The next event that we are standing by for is for Dragon to exit the approach ellipsoid. I just want to mention real quick that view on screen there is SpaceX Mission Control, which is just to the left of Sandra and I. That's where SpaceX Core or Crew Operations and Resources Engineer Jake Dick Vendel is standing by. That is the primary voice that you hear communicating to the crew, at least whenever they are speaking to Mission Control here in Hawthorne. We also, of course, have Mission Control Houston over at NASA's Johnson Space Center, and that was the voice that we heard just moments ago of Kjell speaking to. And there's that live view of Johnson Space Center Mission Control now. So both teams are integrated and working together and communicating with station and with crew as we have their departure, their departure now confirmed, and they are now making their way further and further away from the station. Now, as I mentioned before, as we are waiting for Dragon to exit the approach ellipsoid, or AE, as you hear it referred to, another imaginary shape that we have. This time, it's a three-dimensional ellipsoid, which measures 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, and that's in the same family as the keep-out sphere. One of the key differences with the approach ellipsoid is that vehicles outside it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory. That means that the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours again, even if it lost all of its maneuvering capability. So we will be listening in for that call out once we hear confirmation that Dragon is outside that approach ellipsoid, or AE. And that's a live view from the station looking at Dragon Freedom.
And so at this time, Crew Dragon Freedom is 378 meters away from the International Space Station. So we are standing by for confirmation that we have exited the approach ellipsoid. We are expecting that about 5-6 minutes from now. So we are getting closer. But as you mentioned, we can continue to see Dragon get smaller as in this view from the International Space Station. Again, there are 4 crew members inside Crew Dragon Freedom. That includes NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins, as well as European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. They have been on board the International Space Station for 170 days now, after they launched from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida on April 27th.
As I mentioned earlier in the webcast, at this point, I would imagine that the astronauts are excited to come home. It has been nearly 6 months since they've seen their families, but I would also imagine that this moment is pretty bittersweet. They have done they've worked really hard while on station. They've done lots and lots of science. Sandra mentioned that they have, what was the number that you had earlier? It was thousands of orbits. I can't remember quite what it was off the top of my head, but they have traveled so far during their 6-month stay up on station, and it's their home away from home at this point. So I'm sure they're very much looking forward to getting back to their families here on Earth. But I'm sure that, the next basically 5.5 hours are bittersweet, because it's their last visit. And there we actually, if you look at the Dragon capsule there, we can actually see the thrusting in action of those Draco thrusters that we were mentioning before. That's what Dragon is using to maneuver away from the space station.
And all of that is done autonomously, as we've mentioned several times in the broadcast. But just to jump back to your point on the numbers, so they, again, have been on board station for 170 days. They've orbited the Earth 2,700...
Freedom, SpaceX on Dragon to ground. Comm check on the cabin mic came through. How us?
You loud and clear. Thanks.
So that was just a quick comm check. Now that the crew members are doffing or taking off their spacesuits, they no longer have that in-air communication because their helmets are off, so they're going to be using the in-cabin microphone to communicate with ground teams.
And SpaceX Freedom has you loud and clear on the Dragon to ground.
Copy all. Good to hear you on Dragon to ground.
So we are standing by for confirmation that the crew has exited the approach ellipsoid. We're expecting that to happen about 5 minutes from now. And again, this is an imaginary shape around the space station that is 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 4 kilometers. And any spacecraft that enter into this imaginary shape have to be in a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory, which just means the spacecraft would not cross into that approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours, even if it lost all of its maneuvering for some reason. So we are continuing to stand by for confirmation that we've exited that approach ellipsoid at about 4 minutes from now. But I did just want to finish up on the numbers here because it's really pretty staggering when you think about it. So the crew has orbited the Earth 2,720 times during their 170 days on orbit. The International Space Station is traveling 17,500 miles per hour, which means that the crew orbits the Earth every 90 minutes and sees a sunset and a sunrise every 45 minutes. So that equates to over 72 million miles traveled in the last 6-ish months that they've been on board.
That's pretty wild. Once again, that's a live view from the International Space Station looking at Crew Dragon Freedom with our 4 Crew 4 astronauts on board. They have gotten out of their seats. They are doffing or taking off their suits, and they're able to basically hang out for a couple hours before they have to put their suits back on for the re-entry phase of their return home. Now this view, because the sun is shining on it and Dragon is getting further and further away from the station, it's hard to make out the specific features, but the nose cone at this point is still open. That won't close until a little bit later on when we are closer to the re-entry portion. The trunk is also still attached. That is a portion that we will jettison from the capsule in order to expose the heat shield, which will be utilized, that heat shield will be utilized for that atmospheric re-entry.
We're about 3 minutes away from the point at which we will exit the approach ellipsoid, but continuing to hear good call-outs that everything is proceeding as expected today. We are targeting a splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville later this afternoon. That splashdown is targeted for 1:55 p.m. Pacific time. And we also did hear that the boat is already out there in place in preparation for Crew 4 to splash down. The boat that's being utilized today is Megan, after Crew 2 astronaut Megan MacArthur.
Just as a reminder for those tuning in recently, the Dragon Freedom spacecraft has separated from the International Space Station. In total, it will be completing 4 departure burns, basically all designed to increase the distance between the spacecraft and the space station. And then once that is complete, as Sandra just mentioned, we'll begin that re-entry portion. In total, the astronauts will have about 5.5 hours between undocking and splashdown. So relatively speaking, a pretty short journey back to Earth.
Dragon is now 860 meters away from space station, and you can see in this view here from the International Space Station that Dragon is continuing to get smaller and smaller as it backs away from the space station, expecting the call out that we've exited the approach ellipsoid in about a minute from now. So we are waiting for that call out that Dragon is outside of the approach ellipsoid. And everything has been moving along pretty smoothly so far today. We are just waiting for that call out here any moment from now that the crew has exited the approach ellipsoid. They are about 980 meters away from the space station.
As we mentioned earlier, everything is carefully choreographed, both approaching and departing the space station. Fortunately for us, because it has been a long few days, I should say, the departure phase is a lot faster moving than the approach. So we are able to, basically the crew, as I mentioned before, will only have about 5.5 hours between the undocking and the splashdown of their spacecraft. And all in all, that's a pretty short journey. Of course, we are at the mercy of orbital mechanics, so it all depends on where the station is and where we are targeting a splashdown, and basically the time that it takes to get from that point to the splashdown point. Of course, I would imagine the astronauts might prefer a shorter trip home because, again, they get to see their families sooner, but it all kind of depends. So for those that have tuned in for our departure and splashdown webcasts previously, sometimes they're a little longer, but this one is only about 5.5 hours in total for this journey.
And we are hearing confirmation that Crew 4 has
SpaceX
exited the approach ellipsoid. That was the next major milestone that we were looking towards.
And is on a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory.
There on your screen is SpaceX core Jake Vendel.
And Freedom SpaceX, repeating my last, Dragon has exited the approach ellipsoid and is on a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory.
And SpaceX Freedom copies out of the approach ellipsoid and 24-hour free drift. Thanks.
Good words.
And Dragon Freedom has now exited the approach ellipsoid, or AE, which is another imaginary shape, this time a three-dimensional ellipsoid that measures 4 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, in the same family as the Keep-Out sphere. One of the key differences with the AE is that vehicles outside it have to be on what we call So again, one of those key differences.
And Freedom SpaceX, one more note, we are going to take down the big loop shortly.
So again, Dragon has now exited the approach ellipsoid, and as I was saying, one of those key differences with the approach ellipsoid is that vehicles outside it have to be on what we call a 24-hour safe free drift trajectory.
Say again, last.
HL, just one more follow-on. We are deactivating the big loop imminently.
Okay, copy. Deactivating the big loop. Thanks.
And so you did hear those words back and forth from the ground here in Hawthorne to the crew on Freedom, namely the commander, Kjell Lindgren, just letting them know that the big loop is going to be deactivated, and that happens because once we cross out of the approach ellipsoid, we're no longer in integrated operations with NASA and SpaceX. So now that we're out of the approach ellipsoid, they were just letting the crew know that that was the case. So again, we have exited the approach ellipsoid, so this means the spacecraft would not cross into the approach ellipsoid for at least 24 hours if it lost all maneuvering, because it is in that 24-hour safe free drift trajectory.
And now that NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins, as well as European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, have departed the International Space Station, it will take them about 5.5 hours until they make their way back to Earth. Next up, the crew will they already have doffed or taken off their spacesuits to settle in for their flight home. And today, Dragon is targeting a splashdown off of the coast. You see our recovery vessel there. It'll be splashing down off the coast of Florida at 1:55 p.m. Pacific, followed by the crew getting picked up at sea by that recovery vessel that you just saw. And as they rest up, our teams here in Hawthorne will continue to keep an eye on the weather to ensure a safe return to Earth for Dragon and our Crew 4 astronauts.
And though our coverage here in Hawthorne is concluding for now, we'll turn it over to the NASA team in Houston to take us through the next phases of the Crew 4 mission. NASA TV will stay on the air for continuous live coverage along Crew 4's journey home. And for those of you watching online on NASA's YouTube, take a look at the description below the video. There you'll be able to find the new link for the Crew 4 coast phase. Live coverage will continue at that new location here shortly. And if you're watching on NASA TV, you won't notice a change whatsoever as coverage will continue.
Meanwhile, SpaceX's YouTube channel will join live coverage starting roughly 1 hour prior to splashdown. And as always, you can find mission updates on Twitter at NASA, at SpaceX, and on the web at nasa.gov. Thanks for watching this morning, and we'll see you soon for Splashdown.
And welcome back to the International Space Station Flight Control Room. I'm NASA Shaniqua Vereen. I'll take you through to the next phases of the mission. Crew 4 and Dragon Freedom are currently in a coast phase, looking for a 5-hour from undock to splashdown time. Freedom completed a nominal depart burn 1 and has departed the approach ellipsoid. Today's phasing will be the shortest we've performed for a Crew Dragon return, with only 2 hours before the crew begins preparations for entry and splashdown. Again, today's phasing will be the shortest we perform for a Crew Dragon return, with only 2 hours before the crew begins preparations for entry and splashdown. Key timeline milestones still waiting. Dragon will be prop waste burn, and looking for that to happen around 1:37 p.m. Central Time. After prop waste burn, we're looking for trunk separation, looking for that at 2:56 p.m. Central Time. Following trunk separation, we'll be looking at the deorbit burn, still scheduled for 3:01 p.m. Central Time. And again, looking for a splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville at 3:55 p.m. Central, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time. If you're just joining us, welcome back to the International Space Station Flight Control Room. I'm NASA Cristoforetti, and you're watching live mission coverage for the NASA SpaceX Crew 4 mission, returning 4 astronauts home from a 6-month science mission aboard the International Space Station. NASA and SpaceX are still targeting a 3:55 p.m. Central Time splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, concluding the Crew 4 flight, wrapping up, again, a 6-month science mission for NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins, and ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. They had a safe and successful undocking from the International Space Station at 11:05 a.m. Central Time as Dragon and the International Space Station were flying over the North Atlantic Ocean. If you're just joining us, you're watching live mission coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission, returning 4 astronauts home after a 6-month stay aboard the International Space Station. Crew Dragon Freedom departed the station at 11:05 a.m. Central Time, 12:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Crew Dragon Freedom and the Crew 4 astronauts inside are currently in a coast phase, looking about 2 hours from now to ready themselves for entry operations. Freedom completed a nominal depart burn moments ago and departed the AE, which is the approach ellipsoid. Today's phasing will be the shortest we've performed for a Crew Dragon return, with only 2 hours before the crew begins preparations for entry and splashdown. Again, that's 5 hours from undock to splashdown. In just about 2 hours, the crew will begin their preparations inside for entry and splashdown. Again, donning their suits after doffing just recently. Around 1:37 p.m. Central Time, they'll be looking for a prop wasting burn. After that prop waste burn, around 2:56 p.m. Central Time, we'll look for trunk separation. Following trunk separation, we'll look for the deorbit burn. Currently, that deorbit burn is scheduled for 3:01 p.m. Central Time, allowing for a splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time. If you're just joining us, you're watching live coverage inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we continue to monitor as Crew 4 inside Crew Dragon Freedom heads home. We're looking for a splashdown of Crew Dragon Freedom off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida at 3:55 p.m. Central Time. Crew Dragon Freedom depart. Part of the You're seeing dual boxes, MCCX or SpaceX's Mission Control on the left, based in Hawthorne, California, and you're seeing MCCH or Mission Control Houston, the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas. And you're watching live mission coverage for NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 Splashdown. And we're looking for that splashdown to happen at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time. We're looking for a depart burn 2 in about 5 minutes from now. And we're just about 3 minutes away from that depart burn 2. Depart burn 2 is about a 44-second burn, taking Dragon Freedom about 3 meters per second away from the International Space Station. Again, looking for depart burn 2 just 1 minute from now. This burn will increase the initial opening rate between Crew Dragon and the space station. Ten seconds until depart burn 2 begins. Depart burn 2 in progress.
Freedom, SpaceX, depart burn 2 nominal. Next up, depart burn 3 in about 45 minutes. At this time, we are able to support a PMC. Please report if you'd like to take it or wave.
Copy, a good depart burn 2. Crew's all doing fine. We're starting fluid loading at this time. I have no questions, so we'd like to defer the PMC at this time.
Copy, PMC deferred. And I've got one more note for you on vehicle thermals and a crew request. Report ready to copy.
Stand by. Okay, we're ready to copy.
All right, Kjell, we are going to command the vehicle to an elevated thermal loop flow rate as we try to cool it for reentry. And we do need you to wear hearing protection due to the elevated flow rate. There are some foam earplugs in your satchel if you'd like, and your red and blue earpieces normally used with the suit would be acceptable as well. I'll copy.
Okay, we copy elevated flow rate for thermal cooling. We need to wear ear protection, foamies, and or our earpiece would work. Appreciate it.
Good copy, and we're stepping into those commands imminently. You should notice increased noise in the vehicle.
Do that.
And that was core or crew. And that was Core Jake Vindel, or the Crew Operations Resource Engineer out at SpaceX's Mission Control in Hawthorne, California, reporting to Dragon Commander, NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren, that they had a nominal deep heart burn 2, and that they're beginning to do some fluid cooling for the Dragon Freedom vehicle. Next up for the crew is deep heart burn 3, looking for that to happen in about 43 minutes from now. Other key timeline milestones are prop wasting burn, looking for that to happen around 1:37 p.m. Central Time. Looking to follow the prop wasting burn is the trunk separation at 2:56 p.m. Central. We're also looking for that deorbit burn to follow trunk separation, and that's at 3:01 p.m. Central Time. And again, that deorbit burns puts us in a position for Dragon to drop out of orbit and taking about 30 minutes to enter the Earth's atmosphere, splashing down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time.
Freedom, SpaceX for camera configuration.
Go for Freedom.
Just checking in, we do have the cameras external right now, and we can keep them that way all the way through to entry, but wondering if you have a preference on cameras external or inside the vehicle.
Copy. Thanks for checking checking in on that. We prefer to keep them external until we start, until we get back into the suits, and we can give you a call when we're ready to do that.
SpaceX copies, no worries at all. Sounds good.
Awesome, thanks a lot.
If you're just joining us, you're watching live mission coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission, returning 4 astronauts home after a 6-month science mission aboard the International Space Station. The SpaceX Dragon Freedom spacecraft with NASA astronauts Bob Hines, Kjell Lindgren, and Jessica Watkins, as well as ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, inside, undocked from the space-facing port of the International Space Station's Harmony module at 11:05 a.m. Central Time, 12:05 p.m. Eastern Time, to complete a nearly 6-month science mission aboard the International Space Station. NASA will be continuing to provide live coverage until Freedom splashes down. Looking for a splashdown time for Freedom at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time, off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission launched on April 27th on a Falcon 9 rocket from the agency's Kennedy Space Center in Florida and docked to the station later that same day. Upon undocking today, the crew met some mission milestones. This crew was aboard the International Space Station for 170 days. They had 2,720 orbits of the Earth and traveled 72,168,935 statute miles. Kjell Lindgren will have logged 170 days in space over his increment for Expedition 67 and 68, and will have totaled 311 days in space on his 2 flights. Bob Hines has logged 170 days in space over his 2 increments, Expedition 67 and 68, and has totaled 170 days in space as well. Jessica Watkins has logged 170 days in space over her 2 increments, Expedition 67 and 68, and has logged a total of 170 days in space on her first space flight. Samantha Cristoforetti has logged 170 days in space over her 2 increments, Expedition 67 and 68, and has totaled 360 days in space on her 2 space flights. She is now on record the second longest woman in space, following Peggy Whitson with 665 days in space. So congratulations to Samantha Cristoforetti. The crew saw the arrival of 5 visiting vehicles, 1 SpaceX cargo Dragon, SpaceX 25, 1 Russian Progress resupply ship, Progress 81, 1 SpaceX Crew Dragon, that was Crew 5's Dragon Endurance, 1 Russian Soyuz, that's MS-22, and 1 Boeing Starliner during the flight test for the CST-100 Starliner vehicle. And if you're just joining us, you're watching live mission coverage for NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission, returning 4 astronauts home after a 6-month science mission aboard the International Space Station. NASA and SpaceX are still targeting a 3:55 p.m. Central Time splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, concluding Crew 4's flight. And again, wrapping up nearly a 6-month mission aboard the International Space Station. NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, and Jessica Watkins, as well as ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, are currently in a coast phase heading home back to Earth. You're currently seeing views inside MCCX on your left. That's SpaceX's Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. And you're seeing MCCH, or Mission Control Houston, inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Here, things are being controlled by Flight Director Adi Boulos. And you'll hear Capcom, if you hear it all. That's Alex Kanalenkos. Again, we're in a phase of just coasting. The crew will jump into action about 2 hours from now, when they'll start getting ready for entry operations. Freedom completed a nominal depart burn 2 and looking for depart burn 3 to happen in just about 23 minutes from now. Again, today's phasing will be the shortest that has happened for a Crew Dragon return. In just about 2 hours from now, the crew begins preparations for entry and splashdown. Again, from undock to splashdown is about 5 hours today. A couple key timeline milestones. Next up, after the depart burn 3, we'll be looking for a prop wasting burn. That's at 1:37 p.m. Central Time. We're looking for trunk separation to happen around 2:56 p.m. Central. And we have a deorbit burn for Dragon Freedom at 3:01 p.m. Central Time. And again, that has us in a trajectory to drop Dragon out of orbit, taking about 30 minutes to splash down. Looking for splashdown time to be around, looking for 30 minutes to re-enter the Earth's orbit. Looking for a splashdown time around 3:55 p.m. Central Time off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida.
Freedom, SpaceX, for a few updates.
And go for Freedom.
HL, just touching base. We are now less than 3 hours and 30 minutes from splashdown in Jacksonville. No update on weather and ship status. Everything's still looking great. Next proximal events are suit donning in just under 10 minutes, or at your leisure if you're ready now, and depart burn 3 in just under 20 minutes. At this time, Hawthorne has pulled go for depart burn 3.
Copy, go for depart burn 3, and copy that we are 3:30 from splashdown. Everything looks good, and we're starting suit donning now.
Good read.
Good afternoon. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Chelsea Bayarte with you here, taking over for my colleague Shaniqua Vereen. We are in continuous coverage of NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 journey back to Earth. Right now, you just heard some chatter between the crew and SpaceX Mission Control out in Hawthorne. Kjell Lindgren noting that they're going to get their spacesuits back on. They're going to don them. Earlier in the mission, they doffed their spacesuits or took them off just to get a little bit more comfortable during their coast phase. And now we're getting ready for departure burn number 3. It's a fourth in a series of departure burns, and we're expecting that in about 12 minutes from now. After they get their spacesuits on, we might get some live views from inside the Freedom Dragon capsule, so we can expect that in just a little bit. As my colleague noted, you are watching 4 astronauts on their way back to Earth. We've got NASA astronauts Bob Hines, Kjell Lindgren, Jessica Watkins, and the European Space Agency's astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. They've completed their science mission in microgravity aboard the International Space Station, and right now they're aboard a SpaceX Dragon capsule that they call Freedom. It's traveling back to Earth. They're expected to splash down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, into the Atlantic Ocean at 3:55 p.m. Central Time, 4:55 Eastern. As we get ready for this scheduled departure burn, let's talk a little bit about what the crew's been up to. This past week and a half, they are doing what's known as a direct handover, which started when Crew 5 arrived at the space station on October 6th. Crew 4, who we're talking about today, spent their last week aboard the orbiting lab working with the new crew, introducing the first-time flyers to the space station, and handing over any maintenance tasks and scientific experiments that they've been working on. They also spent the past week preparing their ride home, completing inspections, packing cargo, and ensuring that they're ready for the ride home. All of that hard work accumulated to what we have today, their undocking. The crew undocked at 11:05 a.m. Central Time while flying over the Atlantic Ocean, comfortably in the middle of their undocking window. The Dragon vehicle performed a number of departure burns to distance itself from the space station, and some more to safely move it out of the approach ellipsoid, which is an imaginary 3D safety marker around the space station. Today's operation, total time between undocking and splashdown, is about 5.5 hours. This is a relatively short journey home, and the crew had some opportunities to come home earlier this week, but bad weather at the splashdown sites kept them aboard the space station just a little while longer. But had they departed earlier this week, due to some orbital mechanics, they would have had a longer trip home, so I'm sure they're excited about 5.5 hours as their total journey time today. We're expected to hit a number of milestones during my time here in Mission Control. Of course, the next one coming up is the departure burn number 3 in a little less than 9 minutes. Shortly after that, we expect a prop wasting burn, getting rid of some extra propellant, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that pretty soon. And then we're going to get ready for claw separation, which is when our SpaceX colleagues and our NASA counterpart Sandra Jones are going to take over with continuous coverage live from SpaceX Mission Control in Hawthorne. You're getting a live view right now of SpaceX, and sometimes you'll hear the voice of Crew Operations and Resource Engineer, basically SpaceX version of a Capcom, is Jake Vendel, who you'll hear occasionally checking in with our astronauts Bob Hines, Kjell Lindgren, Jessica Watkins, and Samantha Cristoforetti. You're getting a live view of their control room now. Meanwhile, here in Mission Control, which you see on the right, we have Flight Director Adi Boulos at the helm, and Alex Kanalakos is serving as our Capcom here at NASA. They worked alongside SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, to get the Crew Dragon vehicle undocked from the space station. They're continuing to monitor today's splashdown, but are focused on the crew living aboard the International Space Station now. Among the people that they're focused on keeping safe and healthy is some new members to the International Space Station, just launched on October 5th. It's the Crew 5 crew: Nicole Mann, Josh Cassada, Koichi Wakata, and Anna Kikina. This is the first space flight for Mann and Cassada. Nicole Mann is a Petaluma, California native, and we're excited she is our first Indigenous woman from NASA to fly in space. She's a colonel in the U.S. Marine Corps. Josh Cassada is a White Bear Lake, Minnesota native, and he's a physicist and U.S. Navy test pilot. We're now inside 5 minutes until the departure burn number 3 is expected from the Crew Dragon spacecraft. Crew undocked at 11:05 a.m. Central. It's been about an hour and 35 minutes since their undocking. Today's total journey is expected for about 5.5 hours. Now 3.5 minutes away from departure burn number 3, one of the burns designed to get Dragon to its splashdown site and safely back on Earth. Upon splashdown, our astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and Samantha Cristoforetti will have spent a total of 170 days in space over their increments, Expedition 67 and 68. For Hines and Watkins, this is their first space flight, and they will have spent 170 days in space total. However, it's certainly not the first spaceflight for Samantha Cristoforetti, our European Space Agency astronaut. She will have totaled 369 days in space, and during this mission, she completed a spacewalk, totaling 7 hours and 5 minutes. The first spacewalk of her career. We're now a minute and a half away from departure burn number 3, the final of a series of 4 departure burns. But this is not the last burn of our mission today. Shortly after, we'll experience the prop wasting burn, and then finally the deorbit burn to get our astronauts back home. Departure burn number 3 has started. This is an autonomous firing of the Draco thrusters on the Crew Dragon spacecraft. The crew is awake and monitoring. They were not the ones that sent the command, but are monitoring in the unlikely event that they need to take over. They're awake and they are donning their spacesuits.
SpaceX, depart burn 3 nominal, and I've got 2 more notes for you when ready to copy.
Hey, Freedom, copies nominal depart 3 burn, and we're ready to copy.
Farmer, 2 notes. We are about to enable deorbit sequence and entry on the vehicle, and you'll see the flag go high in a minute. And second, we are handing over down here in Hawthorne. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you today, and we all wish you luck through deorbit. We are leaving you in the very capable hands of Arthur and the rest of Shift 2.
Hey, Freedom copies the deorbit sequence flag being enabled. It's been great working with you throughout the entire mission. We appreciate all the work you put into it. Greetings to Arthur and the next shift. We're really looking forward to the trip home, and I can't wait to be out there and see you guys in Hawthorne here in the near future.
Good words, and we'll see you soon.
That's great. Take care, folks.
And with that, departure burn number 3 is complete, having fired for just slightly over a minute. And the version of the Capcom over at SpaceX, the core, Jake Vendel, communicated with the crew who is aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft that it was a good nominal burn. The crew relayed that they copied and everything is normal from their point of view. They also noted that SpaceX is undergoing a staffing handover, so rather than the voice of Jake Vendel, you'll now hear the voice of his counterpart. Taking a look at your screen, the view on the left is Mission Control Hawthorne, where SpaceX operates out of. And that's where the voices are coming from. To the right is Mission Control Houston, who is monitoring the situation and communicating with our crew who remained aboard the International Space Station. Coming up next, SpaceX may work with the crew on some checks on the spacecraft and leak checks on the spacesuits that they're now wearing. But a milestone that we're going to be looking out for is the prop wasting burn. The Dragon spacecraft has extra propellant on board that it doesn't need. SpaceX wants to get rid of the excess to cut down on as much weight as possible. The fuel is toxic, so they want to get rid of as much as possible before returning back to Earth. It burns up in the atmosphere and is non-harmful, and especially not harmful to the astronauts safely inside the spacecraft. So we're getting rid of some fuel. What happens if there's an emergency and we need to use that fuel? But the good news is that if you dump the fuel and something happens, it's not likely because you wait until the last possible moment. This is planned down to the T, so we know that we have all the conditions that we need to get home. In doing so, getting rid of this extra propellant does not change the orbit or trajectory at all. And we have enough on board to execute the remaining burns, including the deorbit burn, to get them back home. We're now just under 3 hours until Crew 4 splashes down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. We are expecting approximately 4:55 p.m. Eastern Time for that splashdown. So we just talked about our upcoming milestone, the prop wasting burn, again, getting rid of excess propellant, reducing the weight overall of the Crew Dragon spacecraft. Shortly after that, we're going to maneuver the Dragon spacecraft to get it ready for trunk separation. In this maneuver, the spacecraft flips around so that when the trunk separates, the crew doesn't have to worry about the trunk catching up and making a collision. When turned around, the trunk is put in front and travels more quickly than Dragon, so there's no risk of recontact. Then Dragon is flipped back around. But during the claw separation, when we're talking about the claw, we're talking about part of the Dragon's trunk. The claw is connected to the trunk via electrical and fluid quick disconnect lines. When the claw separates, it severs all lines between the trunk and the capsule. The trunk separates 45 seconds later, and the trunk safely burns up in the atmosphere. So our series of departure burns are now behind us, having been completed successfully. We talked a little bit about the propellant wasting burn and how the Dragon is going to flip around for a claw separation and trunk separation. And then after that, we've got one of our biggest milestones of the day, the deorbit burn at 3:01 p.m. Central. It's a 16-minute, 40-second burn. It's a braking maneuver that will slow Dragon down by 116 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit and for re-entry back into Earth's atmosphere. 20 minutes after the burn, Dragon's nose cone will close. The heat shield will be pointed in the direction of travel to repel heat during re-entry. SpaceX has included the step of closing the nose cone because the nose cone protects onboard things like the docking ring. Of course, now that the spacecraft is back home, it doesn't need to dock with anything anymore. If the nose cone can't close, it will not impact our mission. It works just fine with crew safety. The only thing that would happen in the unlikely event that the nose cone can't close is it affects the reuse of the vehicle. We have about 2 hours and 45 minutes until our crew is expected to splash down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, returning home after their nearly 6-month mission. In the meantime, if you have any questions about this operation, be sure to head over to Twitter and submit your question using hashtag AskNASA, and we may be able to answer it live on air. Again, the hashtag is AskNASA on Twitter for your questions. Over the course of their nearly 6-month mission, the crew saw the arrival of 5 visiting vehicles. We had a SpaceX Cargo Dragon. Remember that they're inside a Crew Dragon spacecraft now. A Cargo Dragon brings other supplies. We saw a Russian Progress resupply ship, another SpaceX Crew Dragon vehicle. That was the one that they're in. Russian Soyuz, and of course the arrival of the Boeing Starliner for the OFT-2 mission. Among these cargo resupply missions that they saw come to the International Space Station included a number of supplies for them, maintenance items for the International Space Station, and most importantly, scientific experiments. That was the crux of their entire mission aboard the space station, is to work on these science missions. Crew 4 worked on a number of scientific experiments that they received from these cargo resupply missions. Among some science experiments that they worked on includes one that may help improve life on Earth. They evaluated a manufacturing process to develop artificial human retinas. The process creates implants by applying layer after layer of a thin film. Microgravity may improve the quality and stability of these films. The goal of the experiment is to help people with retinal degenerative diseases in their eyes. Another experiment that they worked on is X-Roots. It's a plant experiment. It looks at different techniques, both liquid-based and air-based methods, of growing plants without soil. Researchers want to understand methods of growing crops to help areas on Earth unable to grow crops with conventional methods, but also set us up for longer duration missions to space. Our astronauts have noted that fresh food is a great joy for them, so we want to find ways to grow this nutrient-dense crops out in space, particularly helpful for NASA's Artemis missions with the goal of getting a long-term presence on the Moon and on Mars. If you're just joining us, 4 astronauts are making their way home from the International Space Station and are inside the Crew Dragon spacecraft they've named Freedom. They're expecting to make a water landing, and we just heard from our weather teams, which Mission Control Houston and Hawthorne are monitoring the weather very closely, and they've reported perfect weather over the splashdown site of Jacksonville, Florida, just off the coast, with very modest waves.
Freedom on the big loop for inventory.
SpaceX is ready for inventory.
Okay, copy. We have consumed all 5 waters from bag 207 in location 10, bag 203 from location 9. We also consumed the remaining water from 204, the single bottle remaining, and 2 bottles from 202, both in location 9. And then finally 2 bottles from 206 in location 10. How copy so far?
We copy all 5 waters from 207 and all waters from 203, 1 from 204 that is now empty, 2 bottles from 202, and 2 from 206.
That's a good readback. And then we also partially consumed meals from bag 315 in location 12 and 307 from location 11.
All right, we copy all, partially consumed from 315 and 307.
Good readback.
And one more note for you, no response required, but we have pulled go for the upcoming out-of-plane burn per your forward view displays. Just one note on the tablet timeline, it does read that this is a return phasing burn, but this is an out-of-plane burn per your forward view.
Okay, copy. We have an upcoming go for the upcoming out-of-phase burn.
You just heard the voice of NASA astronaut Jessica Watkins as she was reporting an inventory check from her spacecraft down to the ground. This inventory check is one of their checklist items that they have to complete before they get to the ground.
And Freedom, we have you loud and clear from the suit. How me?
I'm clear, thanks.
Good to hear from you, Kjell.
I hear you, Arthur.
Watkins was reporting some of their onboard consumables, reporting that they've had some water and that they've eaten their meals on their journey on the way home. We're just over 10 minutes away from the prop wasting burn. They're, in this exercise, they're going to be dumping excess propellant so that they're at the right weight and center of gravity for re-entry and keeping enough on board for the upcoming deorbit burn at 3:01 p.m. Central. We're now just under 2 hours and 30 minutes until Crew 4 is expected to splash down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. Thank you to everybody who's been sending in their hashtag Ask NASA questions. We have one from Chrissy who asks, if the crew needed to continue to stay aboard the International Space Station, like in the event of some bad weather, how much longer could they theoretically stay? And would it be possible to switch to a different landing site if needed? That is a really good question, and multiple deorbit opportunities and landing sites are available over the course of several days. While they have these several options before undocking, once the crew is en route back to Earth, they cannot switch landing sites. The only time there would be a mandatory departure date would have to do with the lifetime of their SpaceX Dragon's vehicle. It's based on the lifetime, but that lifetime is built in with over a month of margin. Thank you for your question, Chrissy.
SpaceX Dragon, Section 3, we can report the cabin is configured with side understood.
SpaceX copies Freedom for Section 3 of 4.700.
we're just about 2 minutes away from the start of the propellant wasting burn.
Freedom for your prep.
And go ahead for SpaceX.
They're just confirming we're deferring step 4 floater cam inspection.
That's affirmative. We are deferring and not performing the floater cam inspection.
The propellant wasting burn has begun. in the middle of a propellant wasting burn, an effort to get rid of the excess propellant aboard the Crew Dragon spacecraft to reduce weight. The burn began slightly after 1:37 p.m. Central and is about over halfway done.
Freedom, SpaceX, burn complete, performance nominal.
Copies, nominal burn.
And at 1:44 p.m., the prop wasting burn is complete. The burn began slightly after 1:37 p.m. Central Time in an effort to get rid of some excess propellant to reduce the weight on the spacecraft. Dragon has communicated with the crew that the burn is complete and nominal.
Section 5 comm checks of the audio configuration procedure 4.010. We have successful intercom checks.
And SpaceX copies for 5.2 of 4.010.
Freedom. Flight with 4.010 seatbelting and audio config.
SpaceX copies for completion of 4.010. Stand by for suit leak checks.
Copy, stand by.
And Kjell, one additional note for you. I do see that some suit push-to-talk destinations may still be set to ISS. You can make sure all push-to-talk destinations are set to ground for all 4 seats.
Thank you.
Freedom, SpaceX for suit leak checks.
For Freedom.
Kjell, this time I'll give you a go to step into 4.011 suit leak check, section 1.
Go, 4.011, section 1.
You just heard the voice of NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren completing some leak checks on their spacesuits, one of the checklist items that they have on their to-do list before the departure burn. Excuse me, the deorbit burn.
SpaceX Freedom, we are ready to pressurize.
Copy, Freedom. I'll give you a go for step 2.3 in 4.011.
2.3.
Take a look at your screen, you're getting a live view of Mission Control Houston. Here in Mission Control, Flight Director Adi Boulos is overseeing the splashdown of Crew 4 crew, while much of his focus remains focused on the people who remained aboard the International Space Station. To his right, Capcom Alex Kanalakos is communicating to the people aboard the orbiting lab. You can see them on your screen now. Adi Boulos in the suit looking almost on screen. The space station is currently flying 259 statute miles above the North Pacific Ocean and has 7 people on board total. You can take a look at the location of the International. The people on board that we have now from NASA, we have Frank Rubio, Nicole Mann, Josh Cassada, and over from JAXA, we have Koichi Wakata from Japan, who's on board, as well as 3 cosmonauts, Sergei Prokopyev, Dmitry Petelin, and Anna Kikina. Kikina, Mann, Cassada, and Wakata launched on Crew on October 5th from NASA's Kennedy Space Center as part of the Crew 5 mission. They just completed a week and a half long handover with Crew 5, who is on their way home now. Crew 4 is nearing the end of their workday, having spent today getting Crew 5 ready for their departure, and are continuing to work on scientific experiments before they go to bed.
Freedom, we have good leak check 4 nominal suits, and you all are welcome to come aboard on the cameras.
SpaceX copies and concurs. We'll be coming back on board, and I'll let you know when cameras are internal.
Copies.
Taking a look at your screen, you see a lot of figures flying around. What you want to draw your attention to is the very left topmost corner. That is the International Space Station. It is about to cross over the west coast of the United States and upwards towards Canada. You just heard the voice of NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren as he's aboard his SpaceX spacecraft on his way back home from Earth, reporting that they have their spacesuits are on and they have completed a successful leak check and everything is going according to plan. If you're just joining us, 4 astronauts are making their way back home to Earth after spending almost 6 months aboard the International Space Station. We're counting down to a splashdown at 3:55 p.m. Central, 4:55 p.m. Eastern in just less than 2 hours. Some milestones have occurred since they undocked from the International Space Station. They underwent a series of departure burns, all performing nominally. Following the final departure burn, they went on to the propellant wasting burn to get rid of some excess fuel on board. The crew is awake and communicating with the SpaceX team in Hawthorne, California on the ground. You may hear their voices pop up occasionally.
Freedom SpaceX, we are back on board with internal cameras and see 4 crew members seated.
Glad to have you aboard.
We're in a brief but expected handover period between our satellites. Earlier, a moment ago, you just heard NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren communicate that we may get some views of all 4 astronauts inside their capsule coming up. But until then, I wanted to take some Ask NASA questions. Again, if you have any, please submit them on Twitter using hashtag AskNASA. One of the questions that was submitted was from Logan on Twitter. He asks, how many times has Dragon Freedom been in space? The Crew 4 mission flew a brand new Crew Dragon spacecraft, and of course they named it Freedom. If you're the crew who is taking the spacecraft out into space for the very first time, you get the honor of naming the spacecraft. And of course they chose the name Freedom, a tribute to the Freedom 7, the first U.S. human spaceflight, as well as a nod to the ingenuity of those involved in their mission today with the Commercial Crew program to usher in a new era of human spaceflight. You're listening to live continuous coverage here in Mission Control Houston. Got a couple of more milestones coming up before our crew splashes down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida at 3:55, again in about an hour and 50 minutes from now. We're here with continuous coverage in Mission Control, but shortly we'll be joined with my NASA colleague Sandra Jones, as well as her SpaceX counterpart, to walk you through a couple more milestones about to occur, including claw separation and trunk separation. We talked a little bit about how the Dragon spacecraft...
For deorbit burn briefing.
SpaceX, we are ready for the brief.
Okay, Kjell, we are coming up on our deorbit sequence start, but I do have a couple minor updates to your tablet timeline. Report when you're ready to copy.
Copy.
The deorbit sequence will start at 1953. Your crew display should show this updated time for ClawSep prep, but this is a delta from your tablet timeline. Additionally, we are planning for a re-entry blackout LOS at 2042 and a blackout AOS at 2049. I'll copy.
Their deltas to our timeline should be reflected on the displays. Deorbit burn, the ClawSep prep will start at 1953. We can expect LOS at 2042, AOS at 2049.
That's a good readback, Kjell. Not tracking any other updates to your timeline. Everything else is looking good, and we are still looking good for weather at our primary splashdown site of Jacksonville.
Danning, we see that we're going to be flying over just one orbit away here in a few minutes. We're looking forward to it.
A moment ago, you just heard the SpaceX Corps talking to Kjell Lindgren, NASA astronaut, who was talking from SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne. They're talking ahead of a deorbit burn expected in over an hour. The Corps let them know what their monitors will look like and what to expect. They also briefly discussed claw separation and trunk separation, which is our next major milestone in today's mission. The Dragon spacecraft will maneuver around before separating the trunk, and my colleagues in SpaceX will be live with you during that step. The SpaceX Corps also told the crew to expect a planned and expected loss of signal where the ground is unable to communicate with the crew, just briefly. And they said that weather is remaining to look favorable at the splashdown site off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. You're getting a live view of Mission Control in Houston, where the teams led by Flight Director Adi Boulos are in the room monitoring the splashdown of Crew 4. This is one of our Ask NASA questions of what are the monitors that we're looking at? To the left, you're looking at a live view of the International Space Station. No astronauts are visible on the screen at the moment. They are getting ready to enter a sleep period. They're kind of nearing the end of their workday. They started their day getting Crew 4 ready for departure, monitoring the undocking, and went on to work on some scientific experiments. In the middle is where all the action is happening. You see the Crew 4 astronauts live in their spacecraft on their way home to Earth. Most visible is the very left, NASA astronaut Jessica Watkins in her spacesuit. Coming up in about a half hour, we'll have more views of the astronauts in their spacecraft Freedom. And you'll continue to hear some chatter as they talk to the ground as they get ready for their upcoming milestones.
Education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. I never think of future. It comes soon.
We have a hashtag Ask NASA question here on Twitter that ties perfectly into the conversation that just happened here in Mission Control Houston. Jeff Fox is asking, does Crew 5 follow Crew 4's return to Splashdown? Flight Director Adi Boulos is working with the team, and capsule communicator Alex Kanalakos just conveyed to the crew still aboard the International Space Station that NASA TV is available for them to watch, and they can follow along with their friends as they make their way back to Earth. We're just over 30 minutes until the deorbit sequence begins. We are 40 minutes away from the deorbit burn, and there is about an hour and a half left until Crew 4 makes their way back to Earth, splashing down off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. You heard some chatter earlier between the crew making their way back to Earth and SpaceX in Hawthorne Mission Control. The crew had completed their final suit leak checks, part of their checklist items before returning back to Earth, as well as completing an inventory check. The Crew Dragon spacecraft itself completed a propellant wasting burn that performed successfully, and weather remains good for splashdown, or just under an hour and a half until they're home. The next major milestone that we're tracking is trunk separation, happening in about 30 minutes. Once the claw separates, all ties between the trunk and the capsule are severed, and the trunk takes about 45 seconds to separate, and then the trunk safely burns up into the atmosphere harmlessly. The Dragon spacecraft has 16 thrusters in total. The forward bulkhead thrusters are the ones used for the deorbit burn. got a great question from Haley on Twitter, who used hashtag AskNASA, asking if today's re-entry of the Crew 4 into the atmosphere will be visible from Georgia. We did receive a visibility map here at NASA showing that it will indeed be visible from Georgia and also visible from Tennessee, Missouri, and parts of Nebraska and Iowa. Of course, it's daytime here in the United States, and visibility may be spotty depending on clouds and if it might be too bright. But if you're available, go out and take a look. Of course, if you get a photo of our astronauts making their way back to Earth from your hometown, be sure to send it to us on social media. We'd love to see it. those following along with us, we are live in Mission Control Houston following NASA's SpaceX Crew 4's journey back to Earth after they completed a nearly 6-month science mission aboard the International Space Station. Their splashdown is scheduled for an hour and 15 minutes from now. They're going to experience the deorbit burn in just over 20 minutes. Shortly, I'm going to be joined by my counterparts over at SpaceX, who will take you through some major milestones coming up, including trunk separation and that deorbit burn occurring in just over 20 minutes. Today began with Crew 5 undocking at 11:05 a.m. Central Time as the International Space Station was flying over the Atlantic Ocean. The Crew Dragon Freedom spacecraft maneuvered away from the space station through a series of burns, eventually moving through the approach ellipsoid. It completed a series of departure burns to further position itself for a splashdown off the coast of Florida. The spacecraft went on to release excess fuel and reduce weight. The crew donned their spacesuits and completed some checks with the crew here on the ground. And that's not all. We have a lot of exciting milestones still coming up, including claw and trunk separation from the Dragon spacecraft, and ultimately the deorbit burn expected in just 17 minutes. For those exciting milestones, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Sandra Jones from NASA, and her SpaceX counterpart. Best of luck, Crew 4. We'll see you on the ground.
You're watching live coverage of the NASA SpaceX Crew 4 mission as they return back to planet Earth. Dragon Freedom departed the International Space Station at 9:05 a.m. Pacific time this morning with NASA astronauts Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and Samantha Cristoforetti. Currently, they're on their way to the targeted splashdown site off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. My name is Jessie Anderson. I'm a production engineering manager here at SpaceX, and joining me today from NASA Communications is Sandra Jones.
Thanks so much for having me, Jessie. It's great to be here. So upon departing Space Station, Dragon underwent a sequence of departure burns. And since then, the crew has had a bit of a rest period and has since now kicked off preparations for re-entry. And this next phase of the mission is when things really start to get exciting, and Dragon has a series of steps to complete before returning Crew 4 home.
First, Dragon will maneuver the correct attitude and jettison its trunk, which is the cylindrical unpressurized part of the spacecraft. The trunk is currently connected to the aft or the bottom section of the Dragon capsule, where the heat shield is located. So in order to expose the heat shield and get the vehicle ready for atmospheric re-entry, we'll jettison the trunk.
And from there, the spacecraft will use its forward thrusters to perform a deorbit burn, which will put Dragon on a trajectory to return to Earth. This burn will last just under 17 minutes once it starts. And the deorbit burn uses Draco thrusters on Dragon, primarily the 4 located on the forward bulkhead, and is executed at the apogee, or the very highest point of Dragon's current orbit around Earth. This will alter Dragon's path to ultimately line it up to re-enter Earth's atmosphere and splash down off the coast of Florida.
Now, before we go any further, let's take a minute to meet our crew.
Dr. Kjell Lindgren was born in Taipei, Taiwan, but spent most of his childhood overseas in England. He is married with 3 children, and Dr. Lindgren was an instructor and jump master with the U.S. Air Force Academy. He also has a doctorate in medicine and served as a NASA flight surgeon and then as an astronaut aboard Soyuz, where he spent 141 days in space during expeditions 44 and 45. And he is the commander of Dragon Freedom.
Bob Hines was born in Fayetteville, North Carolina. He's married with 3 daughters, and he has a Master of Science degree in aerospace engineering and served 21 years in the U.S. Air Force as a test pilot and fighter pilot in the F-15E. He came to NASA as a research pilot, and he's the Crew 4 pilot for the Dragon Freedom on what was his first spaceflight.
And Jessica Watkins considers Lafayette, Colorado, her hometown. Her college rugby team won the national championship in 2008. She's a geologist who completed several internships with NASA, including one testing system designs for the Mars Perseverance rover. She became an astronaut in 2017, and she is a mission specialist on Dragon Freedom, also wrapping up her first mission to space.
And the second mission specialist is Samantha Cristoforetti. She was born in Milan, Italy, and has 2 children. She's a fighter pilot, and in 2013, Cristoforetti launched into space aboard a Soyuz for a long-duration spaceflight to the International Space Station. Several years later, she was awarded the Knight Grand Cross of the Order
Freedom. SpaceX, deorbit sequence start in 5 minutes.
Freedom copies.
Great news there. The deorbit burn will begin in about 5 minutes from now. Several years later, she was awarded the Knight Grand Cross of the Order of Merit from the President of Italy. This was Cristoforetti's second long-duration stay on the International Space Station. Now, to prepare for these upcoming events, right now the Dragon spacecraft is doing a couple of things autonomously. It's isolating the thermal control system fluid loops from the radiator. This system is what will help keep the internal temperature of Dragon temperate for Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha during re-entry. Now, Dragon is also initiating separation of the claw mechanism, which will terminate data, power, and fluid connections between the capsule and the trunk.
And we are just a few minutes away from the beginning of the claw separation procedure. But I did just want to mention a fun fact about Samantha Cristoforetti, since you had just discussed her background. So this was her second space flight, and she now has a cumulative 369 days in space, which is second only to the record holder, Peggy Whitson, for longest space flight by a woman. So Samantha is now second in the running, so pretty special for her.
Wow, that's pretty incredible. That's a lot of time out in space, so that's pretty cool.
Over a year, yeah, 369 days. Quite a chunk of change for sure. So next up, we are looking ahead towards the claw separation, as you mentioned, and then following that, we will have the trunk that separates after that. We did hear a call out that we're just about 5 minutes away from that process beginning, so we will stand by and look towards that here shortly. And here we are getting a really great view of the recovery boat that is staged off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. Today's recovery vessel is named Megan after Crew 2 astronaut Megan McArthur. The teams are ready and looking forward to supporting Splashdown here in just about an hour from now. We are targeting 1:55 p.m. Pacific time for Splashdown today. And so once we see Dragon splash down later today, we will have some fast boats that go out and work on cutting the parachutes, and then the capsule will actually be brought onto the ship. In that view you saw there was a net, and that's called the nest, and that's where the Dragon vehicle is brought into, and then that part will be rotated and the crew will be able to egress the capsule, and then we'll see them for the first time on Earth in about 6 months.
Yeah, and there is definitely a process for getting each one of the astronauts out of Dragon. You know, they have been out in space for about 6 months, so we will have a medical team there checking in on the team and each one of the individuals as they step out of the Dragon vehicle.
So we're now coming up on just about 4 minutes or so until we hear the call out for claw separation. And you are getting a view here from inside Mission Control Houston on the left hand of your screen, as well as Mission Control here in Hawthorne, California on the right hand of your screen. And it's a little difficult to tell from this view, but if you're looking at the flight director's console, which is on the left hand of the screen, about the third row up, you might be able to spot a couple vases of roses. And this is a very special tradition that has been ongoing for over 30 years in Mission Control Houston. We have a very special family in Texas that sends flowers during missions and during returns, and it's something that the team in Mission Control Houston always says that they look forward to. They know it's go time when they see the roses on the console in the room.
That is so awesome. Just a nice little pleasant set of flowers for all the people that are hardworking. You know, it's not just the crew on board the International Space Station. There are so many teams involved with, you know, these crew flights, so that's really cool to see, and nice touch for everybody there in Mission Control.
Exactly right.
Freedom, SpaceX, deorbit sequence start.
We see it.
And there we did hear the call out that the deorbit sequence start is underway. So next up, we'll be looking towards trunk separation here shortly. We should hear that call out here soon. Right now, the claw is where the umbilicals for power and telemetry from the trunk and its solar arrays are connected to the capsule. So we'll be looking for those to be disconnected, and then Dragon will be running exclusively on its battery power. And then after that, we'll see the trunk jettison, and that trunk jettison will harmlessly burn up in the Earth's atmosphere. It's not necessary for re-entry, so at that point, it will be just the small capsule, kind of like the one you see right behind us here. It'll look very similar to that as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah, and actually jettisoning the trunk will expose the heat shield that's required for re-entry as Dragon reorients itself for splashdown.
So we are standing by for confirmation of trunk separation, but so far everything has gone very smoothly today. The weather is looking good in the splashdown zone, and we're excited to see the crew on the ground. I'm sure they're excited to be back home after their mission in space. And then here's another view from the Megan recovery vessel that is staged off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. We did hear that the helicopters are already there and have landed successfully. Those will bring the crew back to land after they do splash down and get taken out of the water and onto the recovery vessel. And so the crew will return to Houston, Texas, and they'll land at Ellington Field, just a few minutes away from the Johnson Space Center. And then Samantha Cristoforetti will return to Europe, as she is a European Space Agency astronaut. So standing by for confirmation of trunk separation. And this process, like much with Dragon, is all done autonomously.
Freedom, SpaceX, we see nominal trunk jettison.
So great news there. The trunk has been jettisoned, and it looks like everything performed as expected during that trunk separation. So with the telemetry, looking good, the nitrox system is now primed for cabin and suit cooling, and the heat shield is now exposed and ready for that atmospheric reentry.
SpaceX Freedom, mid-copy your trunk separation.
Copy, Freedom. We had a handover there, but just to confirm, we did see a nominal trunk jettison.
Freedom copies.
Some good comms between the crew and the core here in Mission Control. Now up next, we have the final steps that Dragon will perform prior to re-entry, the slew or maneuver to deorbit burn attitude and the deorbit burn itself. Now, this is the last time that the forward Dracos, which are the four thrusters located on top of the vehicle, will ignite. The deorbit burn will place Dragon on a precise trajectory to return to the splashdown zone off the coast of Florida and will last about 17 minutes once it starts.
And once this deorbit burn does take place, we are really committed. There's not really a turning back point after this burn. As you mentioned, this is a bit of a longer burn. It's going to last just under 17 minutes here, but we are expecting that burn to begin here shortly. We are now in the burn attitude, as you mentioned. The Dragon slewed or positioned itself to get into that burn attitude. So here in just a couple of minutes, about 2 minutes, we expect to hear that the deorbit burn has begun, and that will last about 17 minutes once it starts. And once this deorbit burn is complete, the next milestone that we can look ahead towards is the nose cone closing. The nose cone has been opened since the crew docked to the International Space Station on April 27th, but it will close up for the re-entry process as it protects a lot of the vital equipment that is necessary. So that nose cone will close after this deorbit burn. But it needs to be open right now so that the thrusters are exposed to be able to have the burn occur. Coming up on 1 minute until the deorbit burn begins.
And some great live views of the Crew 4 crew inside of the Dragon capsule.
And we are standing by for that deorbit burn to begin.
That should be happening any moment now. So far, we've had the trunk jettisoned, the slew to deorbit burn attitude, and again, just waiting for that deorbit burn to start.
Hearing 10 seconds until the burn begins. And we do have confirmation that the deorbit burn has begun. This burn is expected to last about 17 minutes. So within the last 10 minutes, Dragon jettisoned its trunk and initiated the deorbit burn just seconds ago. That deorbit burn is now underway. We are expecting about 16 more minutes to remain in that deorbit burn. The burn in all is slated to last about 17 minutes. And for these operations, NASA and SpaceX do closely coordinate with the United States Coast Guard to establish a safety zone to ensure public safety, and of course for the safety of those involved in the recovery operations, as well as the crew on board the returning spacecraft. Multiple notices are issued to the mariners in advance and during recovery operations, and Coast Guard patrol boats are deployed to discourage boaters from entering the splashdown zones. We do want to stress to the public the need to respect this safety zone. Recovering a spacecraft from the water is a hazardous operation, and any other boats interfering increases risk to the astronauts in the capsule. And the teams are working to recover them from the water and the safety of those that come too close. So for the safety of the crew and your safety, we really do recommend you sit back and watch here as we'll be bringing you the very best possible views of our astronauts' homecoming. And you can see some of those views right now from the recovery vessel, Megan.
Like we mentioned earlier, the deorbit burn is the last time that the 4 forward Draco thrusters will fire. Dragon Freedom has not yet entered Earth's atmosphere. This deorbit burn is what will line the vehicle up and put it on its final trajectory to the landing site off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. Right now, Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha are using their screens to keep tabs on the burn duration, which we were able to get a live view of a little bit earlier. Draco thruster firings and trajectory details like entry angle, capsule perigee, and how much distance remaining until the deorbit burn termination. Dragon is flying itself. Again, it's autonomous, so all the crew has to do is stay strapped in their seats and keep tabs on things. With Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha ready to deorbit and splashdown back on Earth, they'll be heading to one of 7 targeted sites supported by SpaceX and NASA. All of these sites are located off the coast of Florida, either in the Gulf of Mexico or the Atlantic Ocean. Spreading the supported sites across multiple locations helps to maximize the return opportunities for this mission and future crews, lowering the chance that we'll have to wave off due to bad weather.
And earlier today, NASA and SpaceX jointly selected prime and alternate splashdown locations off the coast of Jacksonville, which is our prime today and where the boat is currently staged, and the alternate is Tallahassee, Florida. The selection process works with a lot of different variables, including the space station's orbital trajectory, what landing sites are available and have favorable weather, how much free flight capability Dragon has for the trip home, and the sleep schedule for the returning crew members.
We'll start with calculating daily return options based off of the space station's current orbit and Dragon's capabilities to maneuver and line up for re-entry. The time from undock to landing at the primary site can vary from less than 6 hours to more than 39 hours. Getting home the quickest comes with some obvious benefits, but we always have to make sure that the crew, if properly rested, is properly rested for dynamic operations, preventing us from scheduling 20-plus hour days for them. Trajectory and ballistics experts provide the daily opportunities that would line up Dragon with 7 landing zones and split them into what we call ascending and descending opportunities.
Dragon uses its Draco thrusters after leaving station to execute a series of altitude-lowering maneuvers and to line up with the selected primary site. It can also change to different alternate sites while in free flight if sudden weather moves in that we'll need to avoid. And weather is something that we're constantly looking at, making the final call to proceed about 2.5 hours before the crew undocks. So for the Crew 4 return, we looked at a number of weather items. Some of the obvious ones are no rain or chance of lightning in the recovery zone, both for the safety of the crew inside the capsule and the recovery teams on the water. We're also looking for wind speeds less than 15 feet per second or about 10 miles per hour, and relatively calm seas so we can safely execute recovery operations, which includes landing a helicopter on the recovery ship to fly Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha back to Florida. Once Dragon began flying free, we had a number of additional checkpoints to either proceed towards the primary site, head to the alternate, or select a new zone based on real-time weather data. These checks happened all the way up until we're in the final hours before the deorbit burn, which is the last burn in the trip home and commits the Dragon capsule to re-entering the atmosphere. And as we've mentioned, this burn is underway. We are hearing good calls that the burn is proceeding nominally or as expected, which is great news.
If you're just now joining, the deorbit burn started just about 6 minutes ago. It's about a 17-minute or just under 17-minute burn. And we are just waiting to hear the call out for when it's complete for a normal burn. And that's what will give us that confirmation for Dragon Freedom.
So we are 6 minutes into that burn, as you said. It's about a 17-minute long burn, so we're continuing to progress in that burn, continuing to get good call-outs that everything is going as expected. And so during this deorbit burn, this is the last time that those 4 forward Draco thrusters will fire during this mission. So So Freedom has not yet entered the Earth's atmosphere yet. This deorbit burn is really what will line the vehicle up and put it on its final trajectory to the landing site, which of course is off the coast of Jacksonville. So the crew continues to really head home after spending 170 days in space. During that time, they completed 2,720 orbits of the Earth, and they traveled over 72 million miles. It's really interesting to think about it in that perspective because the space station is moving 17,500 miles per hour, which means that they orbit the Earth every 90 minutes, and the crew sees a sunset and a sunrise every 45 minutes. So when you're there for 170 days, you see a lot of sunsets, a lot of sunrises, and you travel a lot of miles, over 72 million of them, in fact.
Yeah, that's a lot of miles, and that sounds pretty cool to see all those sunsets and sunrises. Development of Dragon 4 Crew started with Cargo Dragon. Dragon was designed from the beginning for flying humans to space, so much so that even the first Cargo Dragon had a window on it. Now, before we could fly humans, our teams implemented a number of design upgrades to make sure that both Dragon and Falcon 9 are suitable for flying people, and then put both vehicles through thousands of tests to prove their safety. Now, Dragon is capable of carrying up to 7 passengers to and from Earth orbit and beyond. It is the only spacecraft currently flying that is capable of returning significant amounts of cargo to Earth, and is the first private spacecraft to take humans to the International Space Station. Dragon is fully autonomous, which means that it can basically fly itself, but also features full manual override capabilities in case of emergency. Now, standing at almost 27 feet tall from the bottom of the trunk to the top of the nose cone, Dragon is composed of 2 main elements. That's the capsule, which is designed to hold crew and pressurized cargo, and an unpressurized section known as the trunk. And for today, we have already jettisoned the trunk, which reveals the heat shield on Dragon as it prepares to return back home to Earth. And there you can see the 27-foot tall Dragon vehicle. That top part there is called the capsule, and below it, with the black and white colors, there is the trunk. The black portion of that are solar arrays.
And you do also see that nose cone at the very top there. Following this deorbit burn, we will close up that nose cone as we discussed, but the nose cone does open for docking and remains attached to the Crew Dragon spacecraft. And then it will close here following the deorbit burn. We are over halfway complete with the deorbit burn. We have about 7 minutes remaining, continuing to hear good callouts, everything proceeding as expected in this deorbit burn.
If you're just now joining us, the deorbit burn started around 1:01 p.m. Pacific time. It will last about 17 minutes or just under 17 minutes, and we are just waiting to hear the call out for a normal burn, and that will confirm the completion of the deorbit burn for Dragon Freedom.
And prior to this deorbit burn, there was a series of other burns that took place. One of those occurred just a short time ago, and that was the propellant wasting burn, or prop wasting burn, and that really is to just get rid of the excess propellant that is not needed for re-entry, and it helps the capsule to weigh less ahead of the re-entry sequence.
And coming up after the deorbit burn, about 12 to 13 minutes later, we will begin to close the nose cone. Speaking of, Dragon's previous design, we used to jettison the nose cone, but for reusability purposes, we now keep the nose cone attached. So once we finish the final burn, which is the deorbit burn, we no longer need to use those thrusters, those forward bulkhead thrusters, so we can close the nose cone as it makes its way back down to Earth.
And following the completion of the deorbit burn and the nose cone closing, the crew will then begin to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. There will be a blackout period where we will not be able to communicate back and forth with them. That does last just a few minutes, and that is completely expected. That is happening because the plasma is building up around the vehicle, but the heat shield will do its job and protect the crew throughout that process. And then once the crew has gotten to the other side of the atmosphere, we should have communications back with them, and then we will see the drogue parachutes deploy, then the main parachutes, and then we'll see splashdown just a short time after that. Really, that's just about 40 minutes away from now. We should see the crew splashing down in the ocean. So I'm excited for it. I'm sure the crew's excited for it. But we are nearing the end of this deorbit burn, about 5 minutes remaining in it. So to talk a little bit about those parachutes that are going to deploy, the drogue parachutes slow the Dragon down from 350 miles per hour. So that's still going pretty quick. But then once the main parachutes deploy, it will slow down quite a bit more to less than 20 miles per hour. Just about 4 minutes remaining in the deorbit burn. So after those parachutes are deployed, we will see them be cut. There's a fast boat that goes out there, and that's really the purpose of the of that particular fast boat, is to cut those parachutes. And that's really just to make sure that they don't get caught in the wind or is pulling the crew around. So those parachutes will be cut. That's expected. And then after that, a sniff check will be done by one of the recovery folks, and that's just to ensure that there is no vapors or anything that would pose a risk to the recovery personnel or the crew themselves as they egress the capsule.
We are just a couple minutes away from the completion of the deorbit burn. We are just waiting for a call out to confirm that.
About 2 minutes left in this deorbit burn. And next up after the deorbit burn will be the nose cone closing. It's very important to close that nose cone because it protects the docking mechanism and some guidance and navigation and control equipment. And so at this point, the heat shield is now pointed towards the Earth and is really getting ready to do the heavy lifting of protecting the capsule. And of course, more importantly, the crew inside from the over 3,500 degree Fahrenheit that's going to be exposed to as the Dragon capsule enters the Earth as part of their recovery operations. So that will be coming up here shortly. We have just about a minute remaining in today's deorbit burn. Continuing to hear good call-outs that the deorbit burn is going as expected. Dragon systems are looking good, and of course the crew is monitoring every step of the way, checking in. They do have iPads as well as the screens that they are able to utilize and look on the tablet as to how much time is remaining on the deorbit burn. And we did just hear the deorbit burn is complete and nominal.
Freedom, SpaceX, deorbit burn complete, performance nominal, nose cone closure is initiated.
Freedom copies, nominal deorbit burn, glad to hear it, and nose cone closure initiated.
Some news, nominal deorbit burn, and also heard the call out that the nose cone procedure is going to begin.
So in the background, Dragon is currently inhibiting those forward bulkhead Draco thrusters that we just used to complete the deorbit burn, ensuring it's safe to latch the nose cone shut for re-entry. Also, the vehicle has initiated the nitrox suit purge. This will help keep Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha cool and comfortable during re-entry. And you do see that nose cone beginning to close here on your screen. At this point, that nose cone is closing and protecting the forward hatch for re-entry. Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha are using their screens, as we mentioned, to monitor the locking of the nose cone, which is done by a set of hooks.
Again, this nose cone sequence is about 12 to 13 minutes long, so we've got about 11 minutes left for that nose cone to officially complete its closure. And good callouts.
So now we're really just in a waiting period right now before we begin that re-entry period. That's coming up in just a few minutes when the crew themselves will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. And as we discussed earlier, the heat shield will really be protecting the crew during this time period. The temperatures can reach 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit, but the heat shield was created to protect the crew during this dynamic operation. And as they enter through the atmosphere, it's really going to slow them down. Right now, they're going a little more than 17,000 miles per hour, but as they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, once they come out on the other side, they'll be going much slower, and then the parachutes will just continue to slow them down from 350 miles per hour to a little less than 20 at the time that they splash down.
And also during re-entry, there will be a period where, you know, that heat builds up around the capsule. There'll be plasma that builds up around the capsule. So there will be a blackout zone, which is normal, lasts about 6 minutes long. And then once we get through that blackout zone, then we'll confirm confirmation with the crew to make sure that they still can communicate with the ground here in mission control.
And so we continue to progress through the nose cone closure process. At this time, the hooks are closing. There are 2 sets of 6 hooks, so 12 hooks total that need to close to secure the nose cone and protect that critical equipment. So we are getting a view on the left hand of your screen of Mission Control in Houston, Texas. That is where our flight controllers and the flight director monitor the International Space Station 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have a variety of different console positions that specialize in different parts of the International Space Station, and they all work together as a team to keep the space station flying. It's now been flying for over 20 it's been continuously occupied now for over 20 years. And on board the International Space Station right now are 7 human beings, of course Crew 5 that just arrived last week, as well as 2 Russian cosmonauts and NASA astronaut Frank Rubio, who arrived on a Soyuz vehicle. But with Crew 4 departing earlier today, it brought the population from 11 crew members down to 7, and that will be the complement for the next few months.
And we've been keeping the International Space Station pretty busy with NASA crew flights being about every 6 months. So it's been pretty cool to see, a different group of astronauts every 6 months being able to, perform research and science on the International Space Station.
And that's a really great point. The International Space Station truly is an orbiting laboratory. Crew 4 contributed to hundreds of science experiments while they were on board the International Space Station. Crew 5 will continue some of those science investigations as well as start new ones. And what I love so much about it is many of those science investigations have direct implications to us here on Earth. If you are interested in learning more about that, you can check out the Benefits for Humanity. The 2020 version was just published here recently, and you can find that on nasa.gov. So if you are just tuning in with us, Crew 5 has undocked from the International Space Station, and the deorbit burn has taken place. That was all successful. And
Freedom, SpaceX, nose cone secured for entry.
Freedom copies, we see it.
We got some great news. The nose cone sequence is complete, meaning that the nose cone is now officially closed. As we begin the second half of entry, Dragon is now beginning to inject cooled nitrox into the air being delivered to the suits worn by Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha. Now again, this is what will allow the crew to remain comfortable while external temperatures reach 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Now the heat shield is pointing forward, leading the capsule to the landing site. And speaking of the heat shield, Dragon's primary heat shield is comprised of Pika 3.0, which stands for Phenolic Impregnated Carbon Ablator. First generation Pika was first developed by NASA for studying and sampling comets within our solar system.
And SpaceX partnered with NASA to develop Pika X, which was the second generation product used on all Dragon 1 CRS missions that successfully resupplied the space station on 20 missions. Then Pika 3.0 was developed specifically for use on Dragon 2 crew and cargo with enhanced structural and thermal properties that optimized the heat shield and drove down costs and mass.
Now, the remainder of the Dragon capsule is comprised primarily of a SpaceX proprietary ablative material. It's another class of thermal protection which is lighter weight versus Pika and protects the underlying composite material or structure during re-entry to ensure the structural capabilities are maintained.
And while Dragon will experience temperatures well over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit during peak re-entry conditions, the characteristics of the TPS, or thermal protection systems, coupled with the ECLIS, environmental cooling and life support system, in the pressurized interior will help ensure that Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha stay cool and comfortable during all phases of re-entry through splashdown.
Now, after Crew Dragon Freedom has re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, a series of parachutes will deploy, and that'll slow the crew's descent. First will be the 2 drogue chutes, followed by the 4 main chutes to guide Dragon to its first contact with Earth since launching in April earlier this year. Dragon will automatically deploy these parachutes when different pressure and positioning sensors on the capsule detect that they are at the right speed and altitude.
Vehicle velocity at drogue deploy is approximately 350 miles per hour, as we mentioned earlier, and those drogue parachutes do deploy at about 18,000 feet above the water. Now, vehicle velocity at main deploy is approximately 119 miles per hour and deploy at about 6,500 feet. Vehicle velocity at water splashdown is approximately 16 miles per hour, and the highest G load the crew will experience during reentry is approximately 3 to 5 Gs. So next up, we are looking ahead towards the comms blackout that we discussed as the crew re-enters the atmosphere. This is expected and can last a few minutes long, but once the crew is on the other side of the comms blackout and we do regain communications with them, the drogue chutes will deploy. We are tracking that first set of the first set of parachutes, the drogue chutes, to deploy around 1:51 p.m. Just a minute later, the main chutes will deploy, and then about 3 minutes after that, the moment we've all been waiting for, we'll see crew for Splashdown off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida. We are still tracking approximately 1:55 p.m. Pacific time today for that splashdown. And so at this time, all of the recovery teams are in place. Those fast boats that we were talking about earlier have deployed, and we really are getting ready to bring this crew home. Everything has proceeded as expected with the deorbit burn. The nose cone is now deployed, and the next big milestone that we're looking towards is that communications blackout.
Again, we have an awesome live view inside of the Dragon capsule, seeing our crew. And again, we've mentioned this, that they use the displays to monitor the activities that are happening with Dragon. But Dragon is flying autonomously, so they really just get to sit back and just monitor.
So we did mention that we are looking towards entering a period where we will have a communications blackout with the crew. That is because of the plasma that's building up, because we're using the atmosphere itself to help slow us down. We're going about 17,000 miles an hour, and we do need to slow the crew down before they re-enter the Earth's, before they splash down. And as they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, that will definitely happen. They'll be going about 350 miles per hour once they enter the other side of the atmosphere. And as we said, they'll be going less than 20 miles per hour at the time of splashdown.
Freedom, SpaceX for entry briefing.
And Freedom, stand by.
Okay, Kjell, I have no deltas from the previously briefed tablet timeline. Dragon systems are looking healthy and ready for entry, and we have no updates for splashdown. The recovery team is ready to support, and weather's looking good. How copy?
We copy all, Arthur. We're looking forward to splashdown and seeing the recovery forces.
crew there chatting with the core here in Mission Control Hawthorne. That's what you're seeing there on your screen. We did get to see a live view of the crew in their seats in the Dragon capsule as they're making their way back home. The suit's primary function is to protect the crew in the event of a cabin depressurization. And if that were to occur, the suit would inflate to provide a habitable environment long enough for the crew to return home. And there you can see them there. Right now, they are also filling their suits with some cool nitrox that actually helps keep them cool. The suits are kind of an extension of the Dragon capsule. It's almost like they have their own personal AC unit on them. And the suits are flame-resistant materials on the outer layer. Also protects the crew in the event of a fire. They are custom-tailored single-piece suits. This means that the helmet, gloves, and boots all remain attached together. And the helmet that we were able to see on the screen that they're wearing is 3D printed nylon and does have a visor that pivots open. And then they do have quick disconnects or QDs on the right thigh, which mates to an umbilical on the seats, and that is what provides the air for ventilation, oxygen, nitrox for pressurization, and allows the electronics to be connected all from a single location on the suit. And again, if you're just now joining us, we are live watching Crew 4 return home to planet Earth from the International Space Station. We've had the deorbit burn, we've jettisoned the trunk for the vehicle, and the nose cone has closed on Dragon Freedom. And again, another live view inside of the capsule there.
And SpaceX from Freedom, tablets and secure restraints are tightened and our visors are down. We are ready for entry.
SpaceX copies for tablets, restraints, and visors. Please confirm that tablets are stowed with the loops as provided on the satchels.
Copy, welcome.
So we are now less than 20 minutes away from splashdown, and again we are going to be entering that blackout communication period. But once we are on the other side of that, things will happen pretty quickly. The drogue chutes will deploy.
And SpaceX Freedom tablets are all secure.
SpaceX copies. Thank you, Freedom. And at this time, we're just over 5 minutes from predicted comm blackout. We will see you on the other side at 2049.
Okay, cop from LOS, and we'll see you on the flip side at 2049.
So you did hear those words from the ground up to Crew 4, namely Kjell Lindgren, just ensuring that the tablets are stowed and secured in the proper positioning ahead of the communications blackout expected now less than 5 minutes from now, and really in anticipation of re-entry and then splashdown. As we were saying, the pace is really going to pick up once we are through that communications blackout. The drogue parachutes will deploy, and then the main parachutes will deploy, and then we will see the crew splash down. After that, we'll see the fast boats head out to the crew, inspect it, make sure everything is looking good and the integrity of the vehicle is as it should be, and those main parachutes will also be cut. And then the recovery personnel will work on securing the vehicle and bringing it into the recovery vessel. And then after some private medical checks with the crew, we should see the crew egress a short time after that. So again, we are expecting the splashdown to occur at 1:55 Pacific time, so just a few minutes from now, and we are coming up on that communications blackout that is as expected as well.
Yeah, and this blackout period is basically when the vehicle is entering back into the Earth's atmosphere. It is heating up and plasma is building around the capsule, which prevents communications with here in mission control. It lasts about 6 minutes. It is nominal. And once we get through that blackout period, we do make sure that the crew can communicate with the ground here in mission control.
And we do have the NASA plane, the WB-57, which is up in the air, and it's equipped with some imaging technology that will be able to get pretty much the first views of the Dragon capsule on its return back to Earth. So we are getting some of that footage right now. We are anticipating that communications blackout and loss of signal here shortly. This is really the beginning of that period where the crew themselves will be re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. And at this time, the Dragon is working through a slewing maneuver, which means that the Dragon is helping to orient itself in the proper orientation ahead of the re-entry of the Earth's atmosphere. Again, we're just a couple of minutes away from that anticipated blackout period.
We are just about a minute away from that communications blackout period. Again, it should last only about 6 minutes long. And this is what happens when the vehicle begins to heat up as it's entering back into the Earth's atmosphere and builds up a layer of plasma around the vehicle. Again, this is nominal, and we will establish communications once the vehicle is through that period.
So we are hearing that the Dragon is beginning to hit the Earth's atmosphere here, really at the upper limits of the atmosphere. So that's going to help to slow the vehicle down quite a bit, but we are now seconds away from the anticipated loss of signal. Standing by for confirmation that we are in the communications blackout. And as we await that confirmation, you can see the crowd is starting to grow here in Hawthorne behind
them as they touch back down on planet Earth. They've been out in space for about 6 months now. Again, we are currently in the comms blackout period. This is nominal, lasts about 6 minutes. We are just a few minutes away from passing through this blackout period. Now, at this point, we are entering a communications blackout period, which lasts approximately 6 minutes due to plasma formation around the spacecraft. Now, during this time, no vehicle telemetry is received by mission control or the recovery team, and no external commanding of the vehicle or voice communication is possible. Now, as a reminder, Dragon is designed to fly itself, so during re-entry, the vehicle will be slowing down from orbital velocity, which is approximately 17,500 miles per hour. Now, the top temperature Dragon will experience upon re-entry is about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. And again, the blackout period is expected to last about 6, maybe up to 7 minutes long.
And we are just about 4 minutes remaining in this anticipated communications blackout period. And during this re-entry phase, the crew is going to be experiencing a deceleration, and the team here on the ground is going to continue to monitor that, make sure that everything is proceeding as expected. But once we're on the other side of this communications blackout, that's when we'll begin to see the parachutes deploy, beginning with the drogue parachutes and then following with the main parachutes, and then we'll see splashdown and then the recovery process to get the crew onto the recovery vessel, and then out of the capsule will begin.
And we did mention the high temperatures that the vehicle is seeing during this blackout period. So there is nitrox flowing through the suits that the astronauts are in, and that helps keep them cool while the vehicle is getting very hot on the outside.
So we are getting our very first views there from the WB-57 of the capsule as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. Those views coming from an infrared camera that is on board. So the team will continue to track Dragon as it re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. We now have about 3 minutes remaining in the blackout period, but again, the WB-57 that is deployed is getting those views of Dragon already.
Once the expected blackout period is over, the core here in Mission Control will attempt to establish communications with the crew, so you may hear some call-outs checking in with the crew. And they will make that call out until the crew does respond, which will confirm acquisition of signal.
We have about 2 minutes remaining in the anticipated period of communications blackout. Now, it's not an exact science. There might be some variation that occurs. We might hear from the crew a little earlier than we expected, or potentially a little bit later. But we are all on the edge of our seats, eagerly awaiting to hear from the crew. So far, everything looking good.
Dragon, SpaceX comm check.
Continuing to get those views from the WB-57 of Crew Dragon as it continues to make its way closer and closer to splashdown.
Freedom, SpaceX comm check.
And SpaceX, Freedom has you loud and clear, coming through 30 kilometers altitude.
Copy and concur. Expect automated chute deployment.
Freedom copies. We'll be monitoring.
And HEPS is converged. Expect nominal chute deployment altitude.
Freedom copies. Looking for nominal chute deployment.
Well, Jesse, it is absolutely phenomenal to hear from the crew on the other side of that communications blackout period. We are continuing to get these great views from the WB-57 high altitude aircraft, providing that thermal imagery. We did even see the tail of entry of the vehicle, and it's just absolutely beautiful to see that. So we also heard We did hear a call up to the crew that they are expecting the automated drogue deployment, so we're just standing by for confirmation that Dragon's chutes have deployed.
Again, there will be a set.
Freedom SpaceX, brace for drogue window.
Bracing for drogues.
Core here communicating with the crew, giving them a heads up that they should feel the drogue chutes deploying here shortly, followed by the main chutes just about a minute later. The drogue chutes do help to slow the vehicle down to about 350 miles per hour, whereas the main chutes will deploy, after the main chutes deploy, it will slow the vehicle down even more, and by the time that the vehicle splashes down, should be around 16 miles per hour. And there's those drogue chutes, and you can hear the crowd here very excited to see them deploy.
Drogue chute descent rate nominal and visual on 2 healthy drogues.
Freedom copies.
Very cool view of Dragon with the 2 drogue chutes. We are just anticipating the main chutes to deploy here shortly.
Main chute descent rate nominal, visual on 4 healthy mains.
And 4 healthy mains.
And great news, as you can see there, the main chutes have deployed, slowing the Dragon vehicle down significantly, down to approximately 119 miles per hour.
Freedom is 1,000 meters.
Copy 1,000.
Now Dragon has saved all propulsion systems and is now terminating the nitrox suit and cabin purges, and is beginning to increase.
Freedom's at 800 meters.
Copy 800.
Dragon is beginning to increase pressure in preparation for landing. And mission control, the mission control team here in Hawthorne is reporting the precise landing coordinates to the recovery team.
So we did get that confirmation on the main chutes.
600.
The crew is now 600 meters away from splashing down. We do expect splashdown in about 2 minutes from now.
Landing in water is simpler, therefore more reliable, and it provides more margin against unlikely parachute.
400 meters.
Copy 4.
provides more margin against unlikely parachute issues. We had to learn how to make Dragon waterproof, but once you do, it is a rinse, review, and reuse type of process. And we are just about a minute away from splashdown of the Dragon vehicle back onto planet Earth, and hearing good callouts of the altitude of Dragon.
Freedom's at 200 meters. We're bracing for splashdown.
Copy, brace for splashdown.
And again, that descent rate is as expected here. Pretty soon we should be able to see the view of the ocean come into view as Crew Dragon Freedom with 4 astronauts on board prepares to splash down after spending 170 days in space after launching on April 27th.
Incredible view as the crowd goes wild for Crew 4.
Copy, Freedom, SpaceX Crew splashdown and mains cut.
Welcome home.
Mains are cut.
Welcome home, Crew 4. Great view watching Dragon splash down back on planet Earth. Now, as you can see on your screen, we have visual confirmation for splashdown of the Dragon spacecraft. Dragon Freedom has returned home, and NASA astronauts Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and
SpaceX Freedom, we are water uprighting and stable 1.
Copy, Freedom. We see stable 1. You are go for 4.800. And on behalf of SpaceX, welcome home. Thanks for flying SpaceX.
And SpaceX from Freedom, thank you for an incredible ride up to orbit and an incredible ride home. Glad to be back.
As you can see, Dragon Freedom has returned home, and NASA astronauts Kjell, Bob, and Jessica and ESA astronaut Samantha are back on Earth after an approximately 5-hour return journey from space. The SpaceX recovery ship and team has been waiting for Dragon splashdown, and they will now make their way to the splashdown location.
And we did hear the call out that the vehicle is in stable 1. That's the configuration that we were hoping for. Stable 1 means it's in the ocean upright as expected, and you can see that exactly on your screen here. So the teams have been ready and waiting about 3 nautical miles away. So it's going to take them about 30 minutes or so to make their way to Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha inside. But about a minute and 30 seconds after the landing, Mission Control Hawthorne will give the go for final approach and the safe approach. And then about 2 minutes after landing, the approach boat will begin those inspections that we discussed earlier. That's just to ensure that everything is as expected with the vehicle.
X-Dragon, complete with waiting for...
SpaceX copies Dragon 4 awareness. Comm is a little bit choppy, but we copy that you are complete with 4.800 and awaiting recovery personnel. I will provide an update on recovery forces in a couple minutes. How copy?
Standing by.
And Mission Control here in Hawthorne did give the go for that approach and recovery. And so here shortly, we should be able to get some views of the fast boats as they approach the Dragon Freedom with the crew still on board.
Freedom, SpaceX is go for recovery personnel to approach. Expect personnel alongside within the next couple minutes.
Okay, copy. We're just seeing some friendly faces.
And there you are getting a view of those fast boats as they approach the vehicle. They will essentially be doing some safety checks, making sure that all the ordnances and hypergalls are not present or in the area immediately around the vehicle. And they'll also perform an inspection of the capsule itself to make sure that integrity-wise it is looking good. You are seeing that very first fast boat approach the vehicle there. And they really want to do these inspections to make sure that everything is looking good before they do hoist it up into the recovery vessel. So it will take a little bit of time before we do see the crew egress or exit the capsule. We're shooting for less than an hour to bring the Dragon onto the recovery ship and open the hatch to egress. Once these checkouts are complete, you'll see a member of the recovery team actually climb on board the capsule.
Freedom, SpaceX for camera configuration.
And go SpaceX.
We are looking for permission to come on board via the display camera view only.
Okay, you're welcome aboard.
And Freedom, we are back on board with the display cam. Recovery personnel are all alongside.
Okay, copy all. Thank you.
And getting some waves from the crew on board Freedom post splashdown. Looks like they're doing pretty well. First time feeling gravity in 170 days.
It looks like they're waving to the world, technically. The crew will remain in their seats all the way until they are brought on board the recovery vessel.
Now, we do expect to hear some words from NASA's Brandy Dean, who is actually on the recovery ship and was able to witness the reentry and splashdown of Crew Dragon Freedom. Brandy, if you're able to hear us, can you tell us a little bit about what it was like to witness 4 humans return to Earth after their mission aboard the International Space Station?
Hey, Sandra, it is a gorgeous day for a Splashdown. I hope they're a little rougher than they've been in the past, but it's still a gorgeous, it's a beautiful day. Watching the capsule down, the parachutes were just glowing, the sun behind them. It was gorgeous. And so we are now underway and making our way towards the team here on the boat was so excited. There were cheers. We heard the double bug room as it re-entered and got to see the drone shoot and then make its way down. So it's been a really great day so far. We're looking forward to seeing the crew here on board the ship.
That's wonderful to hear, Brandy. Can you tell us a little bit about what the crew is doing and is done to prepare for this moment from your perspective as you've been on the recovery vessel?
Or not, I haven't heard any questions yet, in other words.
We've got you, Brandy. Here, I'll repeat it.
Freedom, SpaceX, hypergol sweeps, and unfired ordnance checks nominal. The rigging is in progress. Approximately 5 minutes until capsule lift. Stand by for PMC with SpaceX flight surgeon.
Okay, Freedom copies all. Hypergol checks are passed, and we're about 25 minutes out. We're standing by for the PMC.
So, Brandy, if you're still with us, we did just hear that all of those hypergol checks went as expected, and we can see that the rigging has begun. I'm sure you have a much better view of it yourself on the boat, but can you tell us a little bit more about what the crew on the boat is doing to get ready for the next steps to bring the capsule onto the boat? And it sounds like we may have lost Brandy. They are out at sea, so communications can be a bit spotty. We might be able to join back with her a bit later, but you are seeing right now someone on the capsule. They are doing what is called rigging. You see that they're tossing some different equipment up to them, and that's to ensure that the vehicle is ready.
Freedom, SpaceX, I will be privatizing Dragon to ground now. The next call you hear will be from the SpaceX flight surgeon on the recovery vessel.
Freedom copies.
And so those call-outs about a private medical conference, just to ensure that the crew is all feeling healthy, and if there's anything that they may need medically wise once they do get on the boat. That is, of course, privatized for medical and personal reasons, but we are continuing to get really great views here of the rigging process. As I was saying, this individual is working to secure Dragon and enable it to be lifted onto the recovery vessel here in just a short time from now. And so once this process is complete, the next steps will be to hoist up Dragon and place it onto the boat, onto the platform. And then that platform itself will be moved so that the crew can egress a short time after that. Then once the crew is on the boat and back inside of the capsule, they will board helicopters that are on the boat to bring them back to Ellington Field, which is near the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. And then they will bring European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti back to Europe.
Freedom, SpaceX, PMC complete, and Dragon to ground is no longer privatized.
Okay, Freedom copies. Thank you.
And it sounds like we do have Brandy back with us. So Brandy, if you can hear us, can you tell us a little bit about what the crew on the vessel is doing to prepare for the capsule to be placed onto the boat? We did see the rigging that was taking place, but I'm sure you have a much better view from your perspective.
Yeah, the view is pretty great from here. We can see the boat getting the rigs ready, as you said. It sounds like you guys already heard kind of a good check from the crew, and sounds like everyone is doing well on board. I don't know how much you were able to hear earlier. It was a beautiful, gorgeous touchdown with the sun shining behind parachutes. So everyone here is really excited to be getting the crew back on board here in the next few minutes. The ship left around the time of Undocking today, and then the NASA and ESA teams joined up by a few hours later. So since then, it's been getting the medical room ready. It's still down, and it's going to be really comfortable for the crew. It's been just a little time there, just as long as it takes for the crew to feel kind of worked up to making the helicopter ride back to dry land. They will do a few medical tests first. They'll get them an IV to get fluid that they lost, while they were in space, back into their bodies, help them readjust to gravity a little better. Just do regular medical checkouts, and that sort of thing. And then when they get back to Jacksonville, that's when the fun really starts with the scientific tests that are things, a number of things, but including tests that will kind of talk a little bit more about what to expect when we are sending crews to the moon and Mars. They'll do things like having them step up stairs and see how they're able to handle that, having been in space for several months, and get on the ground looking like they've fallen and try to get back up. Things like that will really help us be sure that we're ready when we're sending crews to different dry land in the future. And then from there, they'll get on planes, go back to Houston. They will spend at least a night, or the Americans will spend at least a night in crew quarters at Johnson Space Center to make sure they're doing well before they jump right into their recovery period of medical tests, scientific tests, and a lot of exercise to get them reconditioned and used to life back in gravity again. Meanwhile, Samantha will be going back to Europe. She'll leave pretty much right away once they get back to Houston.
Thank you so much, Brandy, for that insight and sharing your firsthand experience of what it was like to witness splashdown from the recovery vessel. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak with us, but we'll let you get back to it and enjoy your time out there.
Thanks, guys.
And as recovery procedures continue as expected, we did have a splashdown that occurred at 1:55 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon, and you do see a wonderful photo on the left hand of your screen of that splashdown with the main parachutes all deployed. Really the moment that Crew Dragon Freedom touched Earth again for the first time in 170 days. So we do see the recovery vessel continue to approach the Crew Dragon Freedom vehicle.
You are seeing on your screen a live view inside of the Dragon capsule with our crew patiently waiting in their seats. They will remain harnessed into their seats until the hatch is actually opened on the Dragon vehicle.
And we did see the rigging process that was taking place a short time ago, and now we're getting another view of it here. That person on the capsule is called the rigger, and they are working to secure Dragon to rigging hardware to safely lift it up and out of the water. And that will be done using that A-frame, which is the boxy frame that you see towards the back of the boat there.
We are getting some pretty great views with this being in the daytime. We have Splashdown in the nighttime where it's a little bit harder to see, but today we've got some light and get to watch the process pretty clearly here.
Looks like a really beautiful day out there in Jacksonville. Now, I am hoping that we will have the chance to see the rigger jump off of the vehicle. That's always one of my favorite parts.
We are now excitedly awaiting the recovery of our Dragon spacecraft with NASA astronauts Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and ESA astronaut Samantha inside. Dragon has already autonomously completed several steps to safe itself following splashdown. Now, for those of you just joining us, the mission has gone smoothly so far. Dragon successfully splashed down in the Atlantic Ocean off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida at 1:55 p.m. Pacific time.
Approximately 5 hours before splashdown, Dragon autonomously undocked from the International Space Station and completed a series of departure burns. The trunk was then jettisoned, and the final burn, the deorbit burn, was completed to place Dragon on a trajectory toward Jacksonville, Florida. Dragon successfully re-entered the Earth's atmosphere, followed by deployment of its parachutes to slow the spacecraft down to a gentle splashdown. And we saw that moments ago, just a few minutes ago, rather, and we had really gorgeous views of it. So we're now following the final part of Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha's journey as Dragon is going to be lifted out of the water and placed on the recovery boat.
Upon detection of landing, Dragon autonomously releases the main chutes to prevent wind from pulling the spacecraft. Dragon then automatically safes any pyrotechnics still present on the vehicle and may automatically perform additional minor system reconfigurations. The astronauts remain seated and in their seats and in their suits as well at this point, but the onboard air conditioning keeps temperatures in check inside of the spacecraft, and the communication systems on board remain powered so that the crew can continue to communicate.
And we did see that motion of the A-frame as it was getting ready to lift the capsule up and out of the water. Now, SpaceX does have 2 fast boats in the recovery fleet, which have moved to the splashdown point already. They were followed by the main recovery vessel, which is really getting ready to lift the vehicle now at this point. So those 2 fast boats do have a very specific role. The first approach is focused on immediate safety inspection of the capsule integrity and checking for any presence of hypergolic propellant vapors, ensuring that it is safe for the recovery vessel to approach the Dragon spacecraft. All of those checks performed well, and once the spacecraft is cleared for full approach, the team begins rigging the capsule for water recovery by the recovery ship. That process is underway and just wrapped up. And then the second boat is really responsible for parachute recovery and serves as a redundant boat to the first. We'll also see a team member on a jet ski helping to gather up the now detached parachutes, and it looks like they may have already completed that process. I'm not seeing them. They might be just off the screen.
Now, it took a little over 10 minutes for the recovery crew to complete their safety checks, and once they did complete that, the
Freedom SpaceX contract.
SpaceX Freedom has you on clear.
Rigging is complete. Please brace for capsule lift.
Copy that. Bracing for capsule lift.
Great news. All preparations for rigging have been completed with that confirmation of the comms there. So we should see Dragon start to lift out of the water here in just a few seconds.
And the recovery teams are now preparing to lower the vessel's hydraulic lift mechanism into the water to bring the spacecraft into the on-deck translation system known as the deck. Dragon will remain known as the nest, and Dragon will remain in this nest during the crew extraction and then for the journey back into port. So here momentarily we will see the capsule being lifted and set on the nest. It will then be centered and oriented and then translated into the hangar underneath the helipad aboard the ship so that we can open up the hatch. And once open, a SpaceX medical doctor will be the first one to check in on Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha and see if they are ready for egress or getting out. And you see that motion underway now as Dragon is lifted into the nest.
This is a very cool view and cool process as we lift the Dragon vehicle, and you can see the nest there that it's going to be sat down into. While Dragon's top hatch is used to connect to the space station, the astronauts will egress from the Dragon's side hatch, pending capsule orientation in the water. Now, before opening the hatch, the spacecraft's cabin pressure must be equalized with the outside environment. Once the hatch is opened, that will be the crew's first breath of fresh air since boarding Dragon at the start of their mission back in April.
So it is important to note that Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha will be getting some assistance from the recovery team while they are exiting the capsule. This is the same process for any returning long-duration crew members, as returning to a gravity environment can wreak havoc with our vestibular system responsible for maintaining balance and motion. And of course, safety is always our #1 priority. So you'll see Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha helped out of the capsule and assisted the few feet to the medical quarters aboard the boat. And if you've ever watched crews return on a Soyuz mission, this is the same process as when astronauts are carried from the capsule to waiting chairs and then carried to a waiting medical tent. So it looks like we are getting views now of Dragon in the nest, successfully lifted up out of the water. And so once the crew egresses the capsule, this is a period where any time-critical cargo can also be recovered from the spacecraft, with the remainder waiting.
Freedom, SpaceX, welcome aboard the recovery vessel. Recovery personnel are going to be completing final checks and stand by for translation to the egress platform.
Freedom copies.
Great news there as Dragon sits in the nest there, and you did hear some comms. What they're going to do is, once they de-rig this, they will slide the Dragon vehicle to a platform where the astronauts can easily exit that side hatch there.
And for those of you that might be just joining us, we did have Crew 4 successfully undock from the International Space Station just about 5 hours ago, and they splashed down at 1:55 p.m. Pacific time. All went as expected through the deorbit burn, and the parachutes deployed as expected. The capsule is now lifted onto the boat, and we are standing by for the translation to occur. And once that translation moves the Dragon capsule up underneath the helicopter pad, the recovery team will then be able to work on opening up the hatch and removing the crew from the capsule. Crew 4 did splashdown just about 30 minutes ago and is now already on the recovery vessel. The recovery vessel being used today is named Megan, after Crew 2 astronaut Megan McArthur. So we are standing by for that translation maneuver to occur.
You can see on the recovery vessel the platform that they will translate the Dragon vehicle to. If you saw the view earlier, the hatch is slightly above ground level, so that platform will allow the crew to exit the vehicle. Again, if you are just now joining us, the Crew 4 crew is now back on planet Earth. They are still inside of their seats and suits inside of that Dragon capsule that you see there on your screen.
And so after this translation maneuver occurs, the next steps will be for the folks on the recovery vessel that are specialized in opening up that side hatch that will begin that process. Now, we have mentioned that we do have medical doctors on board that will help take care of the crew after the hatch opening and will conduct a series of initial checks before they are flown by helicopter back to shore. The recovery vessel, as you can imagine, takes quite a bit of time to get out into the splashdown zone, so the crew is flown off of the vehicle on helicopters and then take aircraft and fly back home to Houston for our 3 NASA astronauts on board, and then for our ESA astronaut on board, Samantha Cristoforetti, she'll head back to Europe.
And the crew has been out in space on the International Space Station for about 6 months. They do get to work out while they're out on the space station, working out in microgravity. But that is why the medical team is there, to make sure that they are safe and healthy, make sure that they are able to adjust to gravity. It's probably a pretty big adjustment being gone from gravity for such a long period of time. So the medical team will be there to make sure that they can exit the vehicle safely, and then we'll do some private medical checks with each of the individuals. And I'm loving these views here of the recovery vessel. We don't often get to see this because sometimes it is nighttime, depending on when undocking and splashdown does happen for the crew members. So this is a pretty nice treat to get to see this great view. And you can see the helicopter pad on top of the recovery vessel there that Sandra was mentioning. There will be a helicopter that comes and lands there shortly once the crew is or has egressed the Dragon vehicle and is ready to fly back to land, and then take another flight on a plane to Houston, with Samantha taking a flight back to Europe.
And it looks like we are seeing that translation maneuver underway.
And coming up next, once this translation maneuver is complete, the crew on board will begin to open up that side hatch.
And as you can see from this view inside Crew Dragon Freedom, it looks like the crew does have their visors. It's kind of hard to tell from this angle if they're up or down, but when they egress from the capsule, we do expect those visors to be up. It'll be their first breath of fresh air in 170 days since they launched back in April. And we were seeing some views of the personnel on the recovery vessel who are specialized in opening up that hatch begin to get everything ready to begin that process. So we do expect hatch opening to come just a short time from now. And once that hatch is open, we'll see the footrests actually be removed before the crew egresses, and that's really just to help make egressing a little bit easier. And now a great view on the left of the crew that's still inside Freedom, but not for long. And on the right-hand side is the recovery vessel. You can see the Crew Dragon Freedom tucked underneath the helicopter pad there after that translation maneuver, which occurred just a couple of minutes ago.
Also, prior to hatch opening, the pressure inside of the cabin must be equalized with the outside environment, so that is also happening at this moment. Up and
Freedom, SpaceX, side hatch open.
And the side hatch is open. These recovery personnel are the first people the crew has seen on Earth since their launch day. And those folks they saw on that day were the closeout crew who closed the hatch back in April.
I believe that is the flight surgeon there briefing the crew, welcoming the crew, as well as briefing them for the next steps in the operation.
Now that the side hatch is open, the recovery personnel are going to work to remove those footrests, and then after that we should see the crew begin to egress the capsule.
There, I believe they are removing those footrests. It looks like they grabbed all 4 of them.
Some smiles, thumbs up. Looks like they're feeling pretty good. So we are standing by for the egress of Crew 4. They will exit the capsule one at a time.
And also getting a nice welcome home photo in.
And as the crew exits, you might be able to see a stretcher in the view. That is perfectly normal and expected. It's part of the nominal procedure. As we mentioned, the crew will be taken to medical facilities. So this is really just all part of the standard procedure that we do for any crew return.
Yes, again, they have been out in space in microgravity for about 6 months. So they may need some assistance adjusting back to gravity here back on Earth.
So I did hear that there's a special guest on board looking to welcome Crew 4 back to Earth. In fact, it's the namesake for the vessel that they are on. NASA astronaut Megan MacArthur there in your screen with on the left of your screen. In the hat, you can have a view of her here on the left of your screen here. She's, I'm sure, looking forward to welcoming the crew back to Earth.
That's really awesome to have her on board, especially the vessel that they named, that we named after her.
Absolutely. So it looks like they're continuing to remove those footrests ahead of egress.
You can see there is a crew member there helping to remove the harness, the umbilicals, and make sure that the crew is ready to get out of their seat and exit or egress the Dragon vehicle.
And once the crew does egress, they'll take part in those medical checks, and then after that they will board helicopters where they will fly back to shore, at which point they will board a plane and fly back to the Ellington Airport just outside of the Johnson Space Center in Houston. And then for our ESA, our European Space Agency astronaut, Samantha Cristoforetti, she'll head back to Europe. And so from this view over the shoulder of the crew, kind of looking behind the crew, from left to right, we can't see her right now, but on the farthest left is European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti. And then in the view on the left of your screen is the commander of Crew Dragon Freedom, NASA astronaut Kjell Lindgren. To his right, which we can see on our screen, is NASA astronaut Bob Hines. And then to his right, again, we can't see her just yet, but we will in a moment here once they egress, is NASA astronaut Jessica Watkins. Now, this was the first flight for Bob Hines and Jessica Watkins. Both Samantha and Kjell had flown previously.
I also believe you mentioned a pretty cool fun fact about Samantha being having one of the longest amount of time out in space, correct?
Yeah, that's right. So Samantha Cristoforetti now is second in the running for longest space flight by any woman. She has totaled 369 days in space over her 2 flights, and she is second only to now retired NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson.
Looks like the first to exit their seat is pilot Bob Hines.
And so again, you do see that stretcher to the left of the screen there. That is all part of our standard procedures. Looks like we're getting some claps and cheers for Bob Hines. First out of Crew Dragon Freedom.
And a high five to Megan MacArthur.
And so as we just saw, Bob Hines was the very first to exit or egress the capsule. He spent a total of 170 days in space. This was his very first space flight. And it looks like next up we will have the commander, Kjell Lindgren, who will exit the capsule. This is his second space flight. He's logged a total of 311 days in space. And Kjell Lindgren is now outside of Crew Dragon Freedom.
Some great smiles and waves there.
A big high five to NASA astronaut Megan MacArthur. Recovery personnel now working to get Jessica Watkins ready to egress. So just 5 hours ago, this vehicle was docked to the International Space Station, and now we have 2 of the 4 crew members having been removed after a successful splashdown. We are standing by for Another first-time flyer, Jessica Watkins, as she is egressed from the capsule.
And there she is, NASA astronaut Jessica Watkins, standing up for the first time in about 6 months.
And the final crew member that will be removed is European Space Agency astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, who after this mission has logged 369 days in space over her 2 flights, which again, that does make her the second on the all-time list for most days in space by a woman. And that is second to NASA's Peggy Whitson, who logged 665 days in space over her 3 space flights. There is ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, now egressed from the Dragon vehicle, the final crew member of Crew 4 to exit the vehicle. Well, now that Kjell Lindgren, Bob Hines, Jessica Watkins, and Samantha Cristoforetti are safely back home on Earth and getting checked out by the NASA medical team, we're going to wrap up our live coverage of the return. This all kicked off on April 27th from historic launch pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. After a successful liftoff and separation from Falcon 9, Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha made a 16-hour flight on board Dragon to the International Space Station. Since arriving at the space station, they spent nearly 6 months as members of Expedition 67 and 68, executing science experiments, spacewalks, and repairs while aboard the orbiting laboratory.
And their journey home began earlier today, October 14th, when they closed the hatch to Dragon and undocked from the International Space Station at 9:05 a.m. Pacific time. After 4 successful departure burns and a phasing burn to line up their orbit, Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha rested for a few hours before waking up to prepare for re-entry this morning. We jettisoned Dragon's trunk and performed our final on-orbit maneuver, the de-orbit burn, at 1:01 p.m. GMT or Pacific time to send Dragon on the path home. The spacecraft re-entered the Earth's atmosphere and slowed its descent with successful deployments of 2 drogue parachutes and 4 mains, with the final splashdown occurring off the coast of Florida at 1:55 p.m. Pacific time. Now, following that successful splashdown, we saw SpaceX recovery experts move in and prepare Dragon Freedom for its lift onto the recovery vessel. And just a little less than an hour ago, following splashdown, we saw Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha make their way out of Dragon into the recovery ship's medical facilities, safe and sound.
And next up, they'll catch a helicopter flight back to shore where they'll transfer to aircraft that will take them home. Kjell, Bob, and Jessica and Samantha will take a NASA plane for the short flight back to Houston, and Samantha will board a plane back to Europe after that. They'll be reunited with their families to bring an end to this successful mission. It's been an honor and a privilege to share their journey with all of you as we continue this new era in human spaceflight.
Our return today marks the end of the direct handover we just executed after successfully launching the Crew 5 mission to the space station just a little over a week ago. It has been an incredible honor and joy to share this mission with the public. All the teams from SpaceX and NASA continue to work hard to keep America leading the world in human spaceflight. Continue to follow SpaceX and NASA online and on social media for updates for the very latest on crew and cargo flights to and from the International Space Station.
And we'll continue to share the progress of Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha on social media as they travel back home. Now, we also do have a post-splashdown media telecon coming up at approximately 3:30 p.m. Pacific time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, where leadership from NASA, ESA, and SpaceX will share a final update as we conclude this successful mission. So we'll say thanks one more time for tuning in and cheering on Kjell, Bob, Jessica, and Samantha as they made their return back to planet Earth. From all of us at NASA and SpaceX and ESA, welcome home, Crew 4. So long.